Before we drift into the peculiar annals of history, a gentle reminder that if you find yourself pleasantly lulled or curiously intrigued by the strange tales spun here, consider subscribing to Hollow Midnight. Your quiet company helps these stories find their way through the twilight hours. Chapter 1. The unassuming town of Somnolent nestled in a valley so unassuming it often vanished from the more ambitious maps of the era, lay the town of Somnolent. It was not a place of grand castles or bustling trade routes, nor was it renowned for heroic deeds or even particularly vibrant festivals. Somnolent was, above all else, sleepy, not merely a little weary after a long day's toil, but deeply, profoundly, almost sacramentally sleepy. The very air that meandered through its crooked lanes and settled upon its moss-kissed roofs seemed imbued with an invisible soporific, an ethereal sedative that embraced every living soul within its gentle, perpetually drowsy embrace. The collective drowsiness of Somnolent was not born of hardship or famine, nor was it the symptom of any known malady. It was simply present, like the perpetual drizzle that often misted the valley in autumn, or the unhurried drift of the clouds across the sky. Somnolent's inhabitants were forever teetering on the precipice of slumber. One might see the baker, Master Bartholomew, his flour-dusted hands paused mid-knead, his head resting gently upon a rising loaf, the warmth of the dough a perfect pillow for an impromptu doze. The blacksmith, old Gorok, no more for the rhythmic gait-thunk-thunking of his hammer slowing to an almost imperceptible j-tu-thu as he leaned against his anvil, than for any particular artistry in his ironwork. Even the town's children, bless their little hearts, would often be found in piles by the village well, their wooden toys forgotten beside them, dreaming of butterflies or particularly fluffy clouds. Mornings in Somnolent did not burst forth with the energetic clamor of most medieval towns. There was no rousing rooster's crow that truly startled anyone awake, but rather a gradual, almost reluctant unfolding. Farmers would emerge from their cottages, not with a spring in their step, but with a series of long, drawn-out yawns that seemed to stretch their very souls. Their oxen, perhaps influenced by their masters, moved at a pace that suggested they too were in the midst of a particularly long dream. Fields were tilled with an unhurried, almost meditative rhythm, and if a furrow veered slightly off course because a farmer had closed his eyes for a moment too long, well, the earth would still yield its bounty eventually. Midday was the town's most somnolent period, a veritable festival of repose. The market square, usually the beating heart of any settlement, transformed into a sprawling tapestry of napping figures. Merchants would lean against their stalls, their wares unattended, a gentle snore occasionally escaping their lips. Barrels of apples, baskets of eggs, and bolts of linen lay arrayed, waiting for customers who were likely equally prone to sudden bouts of unshakable lethargy. Negotiations for goods often involved long silences, punctuated by soft sighs, and the occasional thud of a dropped coin, which rarely stirred anyone to action. Conversations drifted off mid-sentence, only to resume hours later, or perhaps never, as the thread of thought was lost to the warm embrace of unconsciousness. The town's defenses, while outwardly robust, suffered from this peculiar affliction. The stone walls, thick and imposing, had been built by generations of masons who, despite their frequent naps between laying stones, had somehow managed to create a structure that stood firm. However, the watchmen, positioned in their towers to scan the horizon for any hint of trouble, were legendary for their ability to sleep through the most audacious of disturbances. Birds nesting in their helmets were not uncommon, and it was said that one particularly dedicated pigeon had hatched an entire clutch of chicks in the very same helmet of guard Captain Thistlewick, who had merely shifted slightly to accommodate his feathery lodgers. The main gate of Somnolent, a heavy oak affair, was more often found ajar than securely barred, not out of negligence but because the gatekeeper, Master Ilara, frequently forgot whether he had closed it or not, often falling asleep mid-swing of the massive wooden beam. Even the town's governance was affected. Mayor Mildew, a portly man whose jowls seemed designed for maximum pillow-like comfort, presided over town meetings that rarely lasted more than an hour before a collective drowsiness descended upon the council members, transforming solemn debates into a symphony of gentle snores. Decisions were often made by accidental consensus, or simply by whoever managed to stay awake long enough to mumble an agreement. Laws were forgotten before they were even properly enacted, rendering them largely unenforceable, and the town surprisingly free of rigid regulations, save for the unspoken rule that one should always carry a small, soft cushion for impromptu naps. It was into this profoundly tranquil, overwhelmingly sleepy existence that the news of an impending invasion began to slowly, ever so slowly, trickle. The reports arrived not with the urgency of a desperate rider, but through a series of increasingly vague and often contradictory whispers. A lone, exhausted scout, after several naps along the road, finally made it to the Somnolent gate, where he promptly collapsed into a deep slumber. On being gently nudged awake hours later, he managed to stammer something about Duke Grimsby, north and very angry, before succumbing once more to the irresistible urge to rest. Duke Grimsby, a man of decidedly unsomnolent temperament and a penchant for expanding his dominion with considerable vigor, was indeed marching south. His army, a force of hardened, wide-awake soldiers, was known for its relentless pace and its absolute lack of appreciation for the concept of a midday snooze. They were a whirlwind of efficiency, a stark contrast to the languid rhythms of Somnolent. The irony was not lost on the few genuinely alert individuals in the valley, such as the eccentric old herbalist Griselda, who mumbled about the cosmos having a peculiar sense of humor. The townsfolk, when they finally processed the fragmented news, reacted with a mild, almost academic interest. "An invasion, you say?" mumbled Farmer Giles, adjusting his slouching hat. "How inconvenient." He then yawned prodigiously and wondered if he had time for a quick nap before the evening milking. There's no panic, no frantic preparation, no rallying cry. The collective response was less alarm and more a subtle shift in their internal clocks, an almost imperceptible tightening of their eyelids as if bracing themselves for an exceptionally long and arduous dream. The very notion of an aggressive, wide-awake army descending upon their perfectly peaceful, perpetually dozing community seemed less a threat and more a profound social faux pas on the part of Duke Grimsby. How rude, they implicitly thought, to disturb such a perfectly good nap. The approaching sound of distant marching, initially mistaken for the rhythmic thud of a particularly large badger digging for roots, eventually grew louder, a steady, ominous pulse against the pervasive quietude of Somnolent. Yet, even as the vanguard of Duke Grimsby's forces crested the hill overlooking the valley, the town remained immersed in its gentle stupor. A few dogs twitched their ears, then resumed their curled positions in sunbeams. Smoke continued to lazily drift from chimneys, carrying the scent of supper, or perhaps simply the aroma of embers slowly dying out. The stage was set, not for a clash of arms, but for a unique historical oversight, a peculiar footnote in the annals of warfare where the battle was not lost in fierce combat, but simply slept through. The sleepy air of Somnolent, always a presence, now seemed to gather itself, ready to embrace the invaders in its uniquely disarming embrace. Chapter 2. The invaders' bold plan. Duke Grimsby was a man who understood efficiency. His jaw, perpetually set, seemed sculpted from the very granite of his uncompromising will, and his eyes, though a piercing blue, held a keen, calculating glint that rarely softened. He did not suffer fools, nor did he tolerate delay, and certainly he had no patience for the leisurely pace of life that characterized the smaller, less ambitious baronies surrounding his burgeoning dominion. Somnolent, with its reputation for being, well, somnolent, was an irritatingly soft target, a plum ripe for the plucking. Yet he approached its conquest with the same meticulous planning he would apply to a fortified stronghold. For Duke Grimsby, a victory, no matter how seemingly easy, must always be a testament to superior strategy, not mere happenstance. His strategists sat poring over crude maps, their fingers tracing the contour of the valley, their quills scratching out deployment schemes onto parchment. The reports from their advance scouts had been consistent, if a trifle baffling. "The town is quiet, sire," one had reported, stifling a yawn that earned him a sharp glare from the Duke. "Uncommonly so. Almost deserted even in the daytime, yet smoke rises from chimneys and laundry hangs on lines." Another had added, "We observed what appeared to be a guard at the main gate, sire, leaning against the post. He did not stir for several hours, even when a flock of geese waddled past his feet." The Duke had dismissed these observations as either exaggeration or the signs of a thoroughly demoralized and ill-disciplined populace perfectly ripe for a swift, decisive blow. He saw only opportunity, a town so negligent in its vigilance that it practically invited conquest. The plan, then, was one of elegant simplicity, refined over countless campaigns. They would move under the cloak of night, using the moonless sky to their advantage. A vanguard of highly trained sappers and stealth specialists would approach the walls, their movements as silent as falling snowflakes. They would scale the ramparts, secure the watchtowers which, according to reports, seemed remarkably unguarded, and then swiftly move to the main gate, lowering the drawbridge for the main force. Simultaneously, smaller detachments would fan out into the town, their objective not destruction, but control. The immediate capture of the mayor, any council members, and the town's meager militia leadership would render any organized resistance impossible. The villagers, roused from their sleep, would awaken to find themselves already under new management, their transition into Duke Grimsby's enlightened rule as smooth as possible. There would be no bloodshed if it could be avoided, for a functioning town was a profitable town, and Duke Grimsby had no desire to inherit a smoldering ruin. As dusk painted the western sky in hues of bruised plum and charcoal, the Duke's army, several thousand strong, began its measured advance. Their marching boots, usually a thunderous drumbeat on the open road, were now muffled with thick cloth, their armor meticulously oiled to prevent any telltale squeaks. Orders were passed in hushed whispers, carried along the ranks by trusted sergeants who moved like shadows through the gathering gloom. The air was cool and still, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, a tranquility that seemed almost to mock their disciplined fervor. Each man was taut with anticipation, their senses sharpened, their minds focused on the impending assault. They were a machine, honored for conquest, silent and deadly, and utterly confident in their stealth and surprise. Duke Grimsby rode at the head of the main column, his war-horse, Ironhoof, picking its way carefully along the narrow path that led down into Somnolent Valley. He scanned the scene before him, the faint pinpricks of light from the town seeming to confirm his scouts' reports of a town winding down for the night, unprepared for what was coming. He could almost feel the unsuspecting populace settling into their beds, dreaming mundane dreams, utterly oblivious to the steel-clad shadow descending upon them. A small, almost imperceptible smirk touched his lips. This was how it was done. No wasteful sieges, no prolonged skirmishes. Just quiet, efficient dominance. His vanguard, led by the grim-faced Captain Thorne, moved ahead like a creeping fog. They reached the base of Somnolent's walls, and found them exactly as reported, unguarded. Not a single sentinel paced the battlements. Not a flicker of torchlight indicated a watchful eye. The scaling ladders, crafted for swift and silent deployment, were placed against the rough-hewn stone with hardly a whisper of sound. One by one, the elite soldiers ascended, their grappling hooks finding purchase on the ancient stones, their movements fluid and practical. Upon reaching the parapet, they encountered the same startling stillness. No alarm was raised. No cry of challenge echoed through the night. The watchtowers, which should have been manned, were vacant, save for the occasional soft cooing of nesting pigeons, a detail that Captain Thorne, a pragmatic man, simply filed away as further evidence of the town's shocking neglect. He gestured, and his men fanned out, their swords drawn but held low, their breaths shallow. They moved towards the main gate, their objective clear. The gate itself, a massive oak affair reinforced with iron, stood slightly ajar, just as the scout had reported. It was not enough to allow the entire army through, but certainly enough for a man to slip inside. Captain Thorne peered through the gap. The gatehouse interior was dimly lit by a single guttering candle, casting long dancing shadows. And there, slumped against the massive lever that operated the gate's locking mechanism, was the gatekeeper, snoring softly, a small worn cushion tucked beneath his head. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Thorne's lips. This was almost too easy. His men exchanged silent glances. Their training had prepared them for ferocious resistance, for a desperate last stand, for the clang of steel and the cries of battle. Instead, they found only the gentle symphony of human slumber. It was almost anticlimactic. Yet, this very lack of resistance fueled their confidence. Their plan was working flawlessly. The surprise was absolute. Slowly, carefully, a team of Thorne's men began to manipulate the gate's heavy mechanism. The wood groaned softly, the iron protests with a deep, drawn-out squeal that should have woken the dead, let alone a sleeping gatekeeper. Yet, the gatekeeper merely shifted, adjusted his cushion, and continued to snore, the soft, rhythmic puffing of air from his nostrils the only counterpoint to the creaking wood. The main beam, a colossal timber designed to bar the entrance against a battering ram, was already half withdrawn, a testament to the gatekeeper's earlier, interrupted attempt to secure it. Within minutes the main gate was fully open, revealing the sleepy thoroughfare beyond. A few stray dogs lay curled in the middle of the street, twitching occasionally in their own canine dreams. No alarm bells rang. No cries of "to arms" ripped through the night. The entire town seemed to be breathing in unison, a low collective hum of profound unconsciousness. Duke Grimsby, seeing the open gate from his position on the hill, nodded once, a gesture of deep satisfaction. "Forward," he hissed, his voice a barely audible rasp that carried surprising authority. The army surged, not in a chaotic charge, but in a disciplined, silent rush. Thousands of soldiers, weapons at the ready, poured through the unguarded gate of Somnolent, their eyes wide with the thrill of unresisted conquest. They moved into the sleeping town like a wave, ready to take possession, convinced that their brilliant, daring night assault had caught the inhabitants utterly flat-footed. They were right about the flat-footed part, but for reasons far beyond their comprehension or their most cunning military strategies. The town, truly, was theirs for the taking. All they had to do now was navigate a landscape of napping citizens. The bold plan, they believed, was a complete and resounding success. The peculiar affliction of Somnolent, however, was about to put that belief to the most unusual of tests. Chapter 3. The mayor's yawn heard around the town, the peculiar calm that settled over Somnolent as Duke Grimsby's silent army poured through its open gate, was not the hush of anticipation, nor the stillness of fear, but rather the deep, profound quietude of a town firmly ensconced in its collective arms cycle. It was an unspoken testament to Somnolent's unique affliction, where even the arrival of several thousand armed men went largely unnoticed, registering in the collective consciousness as little more than a persistent dream hum, easily dismissed. However, a faint ripple of something akin to concern had, against all odds, managed to disturb the surface of Somnolent's pervasive slumber earlier that evening. It began with Master Elara, the gatekeeper, who even midst his most profound doze, possessed a subconscious connection to the great oak door he was nominally charged with tending. A faint, almost imperceptible creak, a sound that in any other town might pass unnoticed over the general din of evening activities, registered in his dreaming mind as an anomaly. It was not the usual creak of the wind, nor the groan of old wood settling. It was a different creak, one that suggested purposeful, if exceedingly cautious, movement. He had stirred, mumbled something about ungentlemanly timber, and in a rare moment of semi-lucid wakefulness, decided that this unusual creak warranted a quick discussion with Mayor Mildew. Gathering the town council was, even on a regular Tuesday, an exercise in heroic patience. On a Tuesday evening, after a particularly heavy midday meal that had encouraged an extra-long communal nap in the market square, it was an endeavor bordering on the miraculous. Still, the urgency, diluted though it was by layers of innate somnolent lethargy, managed to compel a few key figures to the town hall. There was Mayor Mildew, of course, his face already etched with the soft folds of impending sleep, his eyes mere slits. Beside him sat Bartholomew, the baker, smelling faintly of warm yeast and slumber, and old Gorok, the blacksmith, whose usual smell of coal smoke was now mingled with the faint scent of sleep sweat. Master Quill, the town scrivener, whose quill frequently dipped, not into ink but into his own drying spit as he nodded off, was also present, clutching a half-unfurled scroll that detailed last month's sheep count. And finally Griselda, the herbalist, whose sharp mind seemed least affected by Somnolent's pervasive drowsiness, though even she had arrived, trailing a long, drawn-out sigh. The town hall itself was designed for comfort rather than efficiency. Plush cushions adorned every bench, and the flickering candlelight seemed more to invite repose than to illuminate vital documents. The air hung heavy, not with tension, but with the quiet expectation of rest. Mayor Mildew cleared his throat, a sound that was less a proclamation and more a gentle rumble in his chest. "Good citizens," he began, his voice a low, soothing drone. "Master Elara has reported a disturbance." He paused, his eyelids fluttering. A peculiar creaking. He gestured vaguely with a pudgy hand, inadvertently knocking over a small empty goblet, which clattered softly to the floor. No one stirred to pick it up. Master Elara, sitting nearest the door, shifted. "Indeed, Mayor. Not the usual creak. You understand? More intentional. Like a very, very quiet siege engine, but without the engine." He concluded his explanation with a small, contented snuffle, already halfway back to dreamland. Bartholomew, the baker, stirred. "Perhaps a particularly ambitious badger," he mumbled, his mind still on the wild creatures that sometimes snuffled around his bins. Old Gorok simply grunted, his chin resting on his chest, producing a sound akin to rocks slowly grinding together. Griselda, however, leaned forward. Her eyes, though heavy-lidded, seemed to hold a flicker of concern. "A peculiar creaking at the gate at this hour is not the work of badgers, nor errant winds, Mayor," she said, her voice surprisingly crisp for Somnolent. "It sounds to me like stealth." The word stealth hung in the air, a foreign, almost violent concept in this sleepy town. It cut through the somnolence, if only for a moment, causing a few more eyelids to flicker open. Mayor Mildew, prompted by Griselda's unusual sharpness, tried to push himself more upright on his bench. He understood the gravity of the word, if only academically. Stealth meant intruders. Intruders meant disruption. And disruption, above all else, was profoundly inconvenient. He took a deep breath, intending to deliver a grave pronouncement, to rouse his council to action, to perhaps even issue a decree for something or other. But the breath, deep and drawn, seemed to catch in his ample chest. His jowls stretched, his mouth opened wide, wider than it had opened for any utterance in recent memory, and then it happened. It began as a barely audible intake of air, a soft, reedy whistle, then swelled into a cavernous, gloriously uninhibited yawn. It was a yawn of epic proportions, a yawn born of centuries of accumulated somnolent lethargy, a yawn that seemed to pull the very air out of the room, leaving a vacuum of pure, unadulterated weariness in its wake. Mayor Mildew's eyes watered, his whole body seemed to sag, and a small, almost blissful sigh escaped his lips as he finally allowed the yawn to complete its magnificent cycle. The effect was instantaneous and profound. Master Quill, who had been attempting to focus on the faint, unsettling implication of stealth, felt a sudden irresistible pull on his own jaw. His mouth opened in perfect, sleepy synchronicity with the mayor's. A smaller, softer yawn emerging, yet equally potent in its contagiousness. The sound was like a gentle puff of wind through dry leaves, barely a sound, yet it carried an undeniable psychic weight. From Master Quill, it jumped to Bartholomew the baker. His own yawn was thick and doughy, rising slowly and surely, his head lolling to the side as he completed it. Then to old Gorok, whose initial grunt transformed into a booming, almost guttural yawn that vibrated through the floorboards. Even Griselda, who had prided herself on her resistance to the town's prevailing drowsiness, felt an unexpected tickle at the back of her throat, a sudden, almost painful tightness in her jaw, and despite her best efforts to resist, a small, elegant yawn escaped her lips, her eyes closing for a fraction of a second too long. Within the council chambers, the Critical War Council had devolved into a silent, synchronized ballet of open mouths and drooping eyelids. The only sounds were the soft, gusty sighs of exhaled air, the gentle creak of straining jaw muscles, and the occasional, almost imperceptible thud of a head meeting a cushioned bench. The discussion of stealth was utterly, completely forgotten, lost in the overwhelming tide of collective weariness. But the mayor's yawn, a truly monumental exhalation of lethargy, did not stop at the town hall. It was as if a great invisible wave of soporific air had been unleashed upon Somnolent. It seeped out through the cracks in the town hall walls, drifted through the slightly ajar windows, and rode on the gentle evening breeze. Outside, a young milkmaid, hurrying home with her pail, felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to rest. Her pace slowed, her eyelids grew heavy, and she found herself leaning against a warm stone wall, the pail of milk forgotten at her feet, already drifting into a light, milky dream. A group of teenagers, attempting a clandestine game of cards by the riverbank, found their eyes drooping, their cards slipping from their grasp. One by one they slumped against the soft grass, their quiet chuckles dissolving into soft snores. In homes across Somnolent, those who were still mildly awake, perhaps stirring from an earlier nap or preparing for an early bedtime, found themselves succumbing with unusual speed. The tailor, threading a needle for a late commission, felt his vision blur, his head nodding until the needle pricked his finger. He barely noticed the pain already sinking into the comforting depths of unconsciousness. The tavern keeper, wiping down a table, leaned against it and simply slid to the floor, his cloth falling gently over his face like a soft shroud. It was not a sudden, violent incapacitation, but a gentle, almost loving descent into slumber. It was the natural order of things in Somnolent, merely amplified and accelerated by the mayor's extraordinary yawn. The effect was immediate and widespread. The few flickering lights in windows extinguished themselves not by intentional blowing, but by candles guttering out as their owners slid into deep sleep. The sounds of the town, always muted, faded into an almost perfect silence, broken only by the rhythmic symphony of contented breathing. It was into this profoundly tranquil, overwhelmingly sleepy landscape that Duke Grimsby's soldiers now fully infiltrated. They moved through the streets, their disciplined steps surprisingly loud in the absolute quiet. They approached the houses, their orders to secure the inhabitants, to find the leadership. But what they found was not resistance, not even bewildered terror, but only the profound, almost spiritual stillness of a town utterly lost to sleep. They peered through windows, their faces grim and expectant, only to see entire families sprawled out in various states of repose, utterly oblivious. A soldier, tasked with securing the mayor's residence, cautiously entered the unlocked door, his hand on his sword. He found Mayor Mildew, not in his home, but eventually located him in the town hall, where he was slumped against the bench, snoring with the conviction of a man utterly at peace. Beside him, the council members were equally lost to the world, their faces soft and unlined by worry. Captain Thorne, leading a patrol through the main thoroughfare, stopped. He had expected the shouts of alarm, the rush of defenders, a clatter of hastily donned armor. Instead, he heard only the rustle of their own cloaks, the soft crunch of their boots on the cobbled street. He saw figures slumped in doorways, leaning against market stalls, even lying in the middle of the street, completely inert. "Are they dead, Captain?" a nervous young recruit whispered, his voice trembling slightly in the eerie quiet. Thorne knelt beside a figure slumped against a barrel of apples. He checked for a pulse, strong, steady, and remarkably slow. He listened. A soft, regular snore. He pulled back, a perplexed frown creasing his brow. "No," he murmured, his voice laced with an unfamiliar bewilderment. "They are merely asleep." The bold plan of the invaders, designed to capitalize on surprise and the cover of night, had been a resounding success. They had encountered no resistance, no organized defense, no panicked citizenry, but they had also encountered no one to surrender, no one to interrogate, no one to even acknowledge their presence. The town was theirs, yes, but it was a town completely lost to the embrace of slumber, a victory unlike any Duke Grimsby's seasoned army had ever conceived. The true challenge, it seemed, was not in conquering Somnolent, but in waking it up long enough to know it had been conquered. Chapter 4. The curious case of the sleeping watchmen. The watchmen of Somnolent were not by nature a particularly vigilant lot. Their roles, much like every other profession in the town, had long since adapted to the prevailing atmosphere of profound drowsiness. They were chosen not for their sharp eyesight or their martial prowess, but for their ability to remain upright while undeniably asleep. A skill honed over generations of somnolent-born citizens. Their armor, kept perpetually polished, often bore the faint circular marks where a chin had rested during an impromptu doze, and their helmets, though formidable in appearance, frequently served as impromptu napping cradles, sometimes even for local wildlife. Guard Captain Thistlewick, a man whose stern demeanor was perpetually undermined by the faint, rhythmic snore that often escaped his nostrils even when supposedly awake, was in charge of the night watch. His usual patrol route along the battlement of Somnolent's northern wall was less a brisk circuit and more a slow, deliberate shuffle, punctuated by strategic pauses near particularly comfortable sections of stone. On this particular evening, the air felt heavier than usual, almost viscous, with a peculiar calm that seemed to press down on his eyelids with an irresistible force. He attributed it, vaguely, to a change in the wind, or perhaps the lingering scent of old man Henderson's particularly potent brew that wafted from the tavern. He yawned, a wide, cavernous affair, his jaw cracking audibly, a sound that in any other circumstance might have betrayed his position, but here merely added to the general chorus of the slumbering town. His two subordinates on the northern wall, Private Fitzwilliam and Corporal Grubb, were similarly afflicted. Fitzwilliam, a lanky youth whose spear was often mistaken for a walking stick, due to his tendency to lean heavily upon it, was currently propped against a crenellation, his helmet tilted precariously over his eyes. He had been attempting to count the stars, a futile exercise given the persistent cloud cover, and had drifted off somewhere between the Great Bear and a particularly fluffy cloud that resembled a sheep. Corporal Grope, a stocky fellow who carried a lantern that often cast more shadow than light due to his habit of dimming it to avoid startling himself awake, was sitting on a low stone bench, his head resting on his chest. His duty, theoretically, was to scan the valley below, but his gaze, fixed on the distant horizon, had long since blurred into the soft focus of a dreamscape where carrots grew as large as tree trunks. The approaching sound of Duke Grimsby's army, though meticulously muffled, was not entirely silent. The soft crunch of thousands of boots on dry earth, the occasional muted clink of armor, the barely perceptible whisper of orders carried on the breeze, these were not the sounds of a somnolent night. They were distinct from the rustle of leaves, the hoot of an owl, or the distant lowing of a cow. In a town of truly vigilant watchmen, such sounds would have been cause for immediate alarm. But in Somnolent, they merely registered as peculiar auditory textures, woven into the fabric of the pervasive drowsiness. Captain Thistlewick, during one of his languid shuffles, paused. He had heard something. A faint, almost imperceptible thudding. His mind, dulled by the ever-present somnolent air, struggled to categorize it. Perhaps a particularly plump rabbit, or a late-nesting pigeon. He leaned his own spear against the battlement, rubbed his eyes with a gloved hand, and then, finding the warmth of the stone surprisingly comforting, allowed his head to rest against it for just a moment. That moment stretched into several, then many. His breathing deepened, his grip on his spear slackened, and he was soon dreaming of polishing contests and particularly comfortable clouds. Below, the invaders' vanguard, under Captain Thorne, placed their ladders against the very section of the wall where Thistlewick had just succumbed. The slight scrape of wood on stone, the soft click of grappling hooks finding purchase, these sounds were absorbed by the sleeping town, echoing only in the minds of the wide-awake soldiers who executed their maneuvers with silent precision. They ascended the ladders, their faces grim and focused, fully expecting to be met with a cry of alarm, perhaps even a shower of arrows. Instead, they found Captain Thistlewick leaning against the wall, a faint smile playing on his lips, undoubtedly deep, in the midst of a very pleasant dream. One of Thorne's men gently disarmed him, replacing his spear with a soft, discarded tunic for a pillow. Thistlewick merely shifted, burrowing deeper into his sleep. Private Fitzwilliam and Corporal Grubb, positioned further along the wall, were equally oblivious. Fitzwilliam, still propped against the crenellation, was so deeply asleep that a small bird had alighted on his helmet, tilting its head inquisitively at his still form. When a stealth specialist from Thorne's unit silently climbed over the battlement near him, Fitzwilliam's only reaction was a soft, guttural snore, a tiny vibration in the heavy, sleepy air. The soldier, a veteran of many midnight raids, paused, bewildered. He had faced desperate screams and furious swordplay, but never such profound, unresisting slumber. He gently removed Fitzwilliam's spear, then considered the small bird. He decided against disturbing it, as it seemed as peaceful as its human perch. Corporal Grubb, already in a seated position, offered even less resistance. When a pair of invaders approached his lantern, which was now casting only the faintest glow due to his earlier attempts to dim it into oblivion, they found him completely inert. His helmet had slipped forward, obscuring his face, and the rhythmic sound of his breathing was the only indication of life. One soldier, accustomed to swift, silent neutralizations, simply lifted Grubb's helmet and replaced it with a soft handful of grass for a pillow. Grubb sighed contentedly, his head settling deeper into the impromptu cushion. The watchtowers, designed to provide a commanding view of the surrounding valley and serve as crucial early warning posts, presented a similar tableau of unintended comedy. In the main northern tower, Master Boren, the most senior of the night watch, was typically stationed. Master Boren had a reputation for being the most awake of somnolent citizenry. which simply meant he could sometimes remain conscious for 2 full hours without a nap. On this fateful night, however, the extraordinary wave of lethargy, unleashed by Mayor Mildew's super Yawn, had finally claimed him. He was found slumped over the ancient spyglass, his left eye still pressed against the lens, his right eye closed in a profound slumber. His outstretched hand, meant to grasp a bell pull, hung limply in the air, barely a finger's breadth from the rope that could have sounded the alarm. The invader who found him simply lowered his hand gently onto the bell pull, letting it rest there without disturbing the bell. In the smaller western tower, young Timothy, the newest recruit, had been attempting to memorize the constellations. He had brought a small, thick astronomy book with him, determined to impress Master Boren. But the combination of the book's weight, the quiet hum of the night, and the insidious soporific atmosphere proved too much. Timothy was found with his head nestled comfortably in the open pages of the book, his finger still pointing at the illustration of Orion, whose belt now served as a convenient line for his tiny snores. The book was carefully removed by an invading soldier, who then used his own cloaked arm as a more suitable pillow for the sleeping youth. The main gate, already ajar, was overseen by the famously sleepy Master Elara. His previous semi-lucid decision to report the peculiar creaking had been a fleeting victory against his chronic drowsiness. By the time Duke Grimsby's vanguard had reached the gatehouse, Master Elara was already well into a profound sleep, slumped against the massive lever that controlled the gate's locking mechanism. The rhythmic, almost musical quality of his snores was the only sound emanating from the gatehouse, a counterpoint to the quiet efforts of Captain Thorne's men as they slowly, laboriously worked the heavy mechanism to fully open the gate. The groan of the timber, the deep thud of the massive beam being withdrawn, the grating sound of the chains, all of it was simply absorbed into Master Elara's dreams, perhaps manifesting as a particularly stubborn piece of cheese, or an unusually melodic badger. He did not stir, not even when the cool night air of the open gate wafted over his face. And so, as thousands of Duke Grimsby's soldiers poured silently into the town of Somnolent, they found not a single watchman awake. No alarm was raised. No cry of "to arms" ripped through the night. The town's defenses, manned by individuals whose very essence was slumber, had simply facilitated the invasion through their profound, unyielding dedication to rest. The gates, the walls, the towers, they had all been rendered utterly moot, not by force of arms, but by the overwhelming, almost benevolent power of sleep. The invaders, expecting a challenge, found only quiet, unresisting forms, dreaming their somnolent dreams, completely unaware that their town had just been conquered, not by battle, but by a collective surrender to the gentle embrace of the deepest slumber. Chapter 5. The invaders' confusion at the silent gates, the main column of Duke Grimsby's army, a disciplined serpent of steel and grim resolve, crested the final rise overlooking Somnolent Valley. The Duke, astride his warhorse Ironhoof, expected to see the flickering of torches along the town walls, perhaps even the distant, frantic ringing of an alarm bell, a sign that his vanguard had engaged the Watchmen and the town was belatedly rousing itself. Such sounds would be the natural prelude to conquest, the predictable cries of a waking prey. What he saw instead sent a prickle of unease down his spine, a sensation far more unsettling than any battle cry. The main gate of Somnolent stood not merely ajar, but wide open, a gaping maw in the otherwise solid stone wall. And from within the town, an unnerving, profound silence emanated, broken only by the soft rhythmic hum of the very night itself. "Report!" Duke Grimsby's voice, usually a sharp command, was now a low, guttural murmur, barely above a whisper, betraying a flicker of the apprehension that tightened his gut. Sergeant Gorben, his battle-hardened aide-de-camp, spurred his horse forward. "Captain Thorne's vanguard has secured the gate, sire. No resistance encountered." Gorban's voice, too, held an uncharacteristic tremor. "The gates were open, and the watchmen were found asleep," Sleep. The word hung in the cool night air, absurd and unsettling. Duke Grimsby's piercing blue eyes narrowed. He prided himself on his meticulous planning, his understanding of human nature, particularly the panic, predictable nature of a town under siege. This was not panic. This was something else entirely. A trap, he declared, his voice regaining some of its usual steel, though tinged with a new, sharper edge of suspicion. It must be an elaborate feint. No town, not even this backwater of a place, leaves its gates wide for an invading army unless it expects to snare them within its walls. He ordered his army to halt, the forward momentum of thousands of men grinding to an abrupt stop. A low murmur rippled through the ranks, not of fear, but of profound bewilderment. Seasoned soldiers exchanged nervous glances. They were warriors accustomed to the chaos of battle, to the screams and the clatter of steel. This eerie, enveloping quiet was alien, more disorienting than 100 trumpets. A veteran pikeman, Old Bran, who had seen campaigns from the northern ice fields to the southern swamps, clutched his pike tighter. "Never seen anything like it," he mumbled to his comrade, Private Kett. "Too quiet, like the calm before the storm. Or worse, before the Unassuming storm." Captain Thorne, a man whose face was usually a mask of grim determination, emerged from the shadowed gatehouse, his brow deeply furrowed. He saluted, his movements stiff. "Sire," he reported, his voice hushed, "the town is Unassuming. We found the gatekeeper slumped over the mechanism, quite asleep. His helmet was still on." Thorne paused, a rare moment of hesitation for the unflappable captain. The watchmen on the walls, sire, were also deep in slumber. No signs of struggle. No alarm bells rung. "It's peculiar." "Peculiar?" Duke Grimsby snapped, his patience wearing thin. "This is beyond peculiar, Captain. This is a snare. They lure us in with false ease, then ambush us from every window, every alleyway. Sent scouts, 3 patrols, deep into the town, silent as ghosts. Report every shadow, every twitch of a curtain. And for the love of all that is strategic, do not, under any circumstances, engage. If you see resistance, retreat and report." Captain Thorne nodded, though a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through him. His vanguard had already encountered the strangeness. His men, trained for silent neutralization, had instead found themselves gently moving sleeping bodies aside, stepping over inert forms that snored softly in the moonlit streets. It was not glorious. It was simply bizarre. He dispatched the scout patrols, hand-picking his most silent and observant men, their faces etched with a mixture of professional focus and a dawning sense of unease. The scout patrols, composed of men who could move through a midnight forest without disturbing a single leaf, slipped into Somnolent. They peered into windows, their eyes accustomed to discerning danger in the deepest gloom. What they saw defied every military expectation. In the baker's shop, Master Bartholomew lay snoring amidst a mound of rising dough, his face dusted with flour, his apron askew. Not a trap, just a baker's nap. In the blacksmith's forge, old Gorok was slumped against his anvil, his hammer half raised, the embers in the forge slowly dying, casting long, peaceful shadows. No armed men hiding, just a blacksmith dreaming of softer metals. One patrol, tasked with reconnoitering the market square, found it a vast, sprawling landscape of human repose. Merchants leaned against their stalls, their mouths slightly agape, the softest of snores creating a gentle communal hum. Baskets of unpurchased goods stood unattended, illuminated by the pale moonlight. There were no hidden archers on rooftops, no armed citizens concealed behind overturned carts. There were only people thoroughly, irrevocably asleep. A particularly daring scout, Private Jerem, carefully stepped over the outstretched leg of a sleeping fruit vendor. Feeling the absurd weight of his own sword and the pointlessness of his trained stealth in this utterly inert environment, he nudged a barrel of apples with his boot. It wobbled, but no one stirred. He tried to imagine this as a cunning trap, but his mind simply couldn't conjure a plausible scenario where a town feigned such utter unconsciousness for military advantage. Back at the gate, Duke Grimsby paced, his armored boots scuffing softly on the cobbled approach road. He scanned the town, his eyes searching for the telltale glint of steel, the flicker of movement, anything to confirm his suspicion of an impending ambush. But the silence remained unbroken, save for the occasional, almost mocking hoot of a distant owl. The air itself seemed to grow heavier, laden with the strange, soporific essence of Somnolent. Even Ironhoof, his usually spirited warhorse, seemed to sag slightly, its head drooping, its breaths coming with a noticeable slowness. His lieutenants, equally seasoned commanders, stood by, their faces reflecting various degrees of professional discomfort. Captain Rolfe, pragmatic man known for his unflappable demeanor in the face of the most furious charges, scratched his head beneath his helmet. "Sire," he ventured, "the reports from Thorn's men, they speak of nothing but a town utterly asleep. No signs of ambush. No defensive preparations. It's as if they simply went to bed and forgot we were coming." "Impossible," Duke Grimsby snapped, though the conviction in his voice wavered. "No town is so complacent. No people so utterly witless as to sleep through an invasion. This is a ruse, a cunning deception to lull our guard. They hide in cellars, in attics, waiting for us to disperse, to grow lax. Then they strike. I have seen such tactics before." He hadn't, not precisely this, but his military mind refused to accept such an unconventional reality. His strategies relied on a predictable enemy, on a logical response. Somnolent offered neither. A scout patrol returned, their faces pale not from fear or battle, but from sheer, unadulterated bafflement. "Sire," the lead scout reported, his voice a bewildered whisper, "we swept the main thoroughfare, the market, several side streets, every house we approached, every window we peered into. Families are asleep, in their beds on the floor, some even sitting upright at tables. The children are piled together like kittens. The only sounds are their breathing. No weapons seen, save for kitchen knives and garden tools. We found no one awake, sire. Not a single soul." Another scout added, "We checked the town hall, sire. The mayor and his council were found asleep in their meeting chamber, snoring like a chorus of bears. Their notes lay scattered. It appeared they were in the middle of a discussion before they all succumbed." He trailed off, gesturing vaguely, as if the concept itself was beyond articulation. The sheer absurdity of the reports began to chip away at the Duke's rigid military mindset. He imagined his hardened soldiers, trained to breach defenses and neutralize threats, now creeping through a town filled with peacefully snoring citizens. The image was ludicrous, undignified. It was not the glorious conquest he had envisioned. This was strange. Could it be a plague? Questioned Commander Varus, a stern-faced cavalry officer. A sleeping sickness? Some foul sorcery? These were more palatable explanations than the idea of a town simply being too lethargic to care about its own invasion. Grimsby considered this. Plagues were a grim reality, but they usually brought fever, illness, not such uniform, profound slumber. Sorcery? He scoffed internally. He was a man of steel and strategy, not superstitious nonsense. Yet, the unnerving silence, the complete lack of resistance, suggested something deeply unnatural. Captain Thorn, the Duke finally commanded, his voice now a low, dangerous rumble. "Maintain extreme caution. Every man on alert. Establish immediate perimeters around the most important buildings, the town hall, the granary, the main well. Do not, under any circumstances, allow anyone to awaken unsupervised. If any citizen stirs, secure them immediately. We will assume this is a deeply ingrained local tactic, a calculated feigned slumber designed to lull us into complacency. Let no man relax his guard. This silence is not a sign of surrender, but a prelude to treachery." His words, meant to instill discipline and caution, instead amplified the eerie atmosphere. The soldiers, who had expected a night of swift, decisive action, now found themselves in a bizarre occupation. They moved through the town, their footsteps echoing too loudly in the profound quiet, their breath seeming to disturb the very fabric of the slumbering world around them. Every shadow seemed to stretch. Every creak of an old house felt like a hidden warning. They stood guard over sleeping figures, their swords drawn against an enemy that did not fight, but merely dreamed. The very air of Somnolent, subtly imbued with its pervasive drowsiness, began to work its insidious magic on the wide-awake invaders. A few men, standing guard over a row of peacefully snoring cottages, found their own eyes growing heavy, their minds drifting. The steady, rhythmic breathing of the town seemed to seep into their bones, promising a comfort they had not known in months of campaigning. They fought it, pinching themselves, slapping their cheeks, but the lethargy was a gentle, pervasive force. Unlike any battle fatigue, it was not exhaustion, but a profound, almost inviting pull into the quietude. Duke Grimsby, standing in the open gateway, observed his army moving through the strangely inert town. He had conquered many lands, but never had a victory felt so hollow, so utterly devoid of the expected challenge. The strategic brilliance of his night assault felt diminished, almost ridiculed, by the complete absence of any opposition. He was the master of Somnolent, yes, but it felt less like a conquest, and more like a very rude awakening for everyone involved. Except, of course, the people of Somnolent themselves. The true battle, it seemed, was not to defeat an enemy, but to comprehend the bewildering, tranquil enigma that was this impossibly sleepy town. His grand strategy had worked, but the reality of its success was far stranger than any tactical manual could have predicted. The army was in, but completely lost in a sea of peaceful snores, utterly confused and cautiously terrified of a trap that stubbornly refused to reveal itself. Chapter 6. A snoring welcome. The moment the main body of Duke Grimsby's army crossed the threshold of Somnolent's wide-open gate, a profound shift in the very fabric of their carefully orchestrated invasion became undeniable. The clatter of thousands of boots, though muffled, seemed to echo with an unnatural sharpness in the preternatural quiet that enveloped the town. Gone was the expected chaos, the cries of alarm, the frantic scramble of a populace roused from its slumber. Instead, the air vibrated with a different kind of sound, a pervasive low-frequency hum that grew steadily louder with every step the soldiers took deeper into the unsuspecting settlement. It was the collective breath of 1,000 dreaming souls, a living, pulsing blanket of unconsciousness that wrapped around them, making their armor feel heavy and their weapons suddenly, comically superfluous. It was the symphony of the town's snoring. It began subtly, a faint, reedy whistle from a darkened cottage on their left, answered by a deep, guttural rumble from a stable on their right. Then, as the ranks flowed further into the main thoroughfare, the individual notes began to coalesce into a full orchestral performance of human repose. There was the delicate, almost bird-like peep from a nursery window, followed by the robust, full-bodied snort of what could only be a large, contented man in a nearby tavern. A rhythmic, almost percussive snore like the gentle sawing of a particularly soft log emerged from the baker's shop, occasionally punctuated by a high-pitched squeak. as if a mouse were caught in the very act of dreaming. From above, from the unlit windows of upper floors, came softer, more ethereal sounds, like distant flutes playing a lullaby. The quiet puff of a woman's breath. The soft murmur of a child murmuring in its sleep. Duke Grimsby, riding Ironhoof just behind his vanguard, felt the bewildering sound wash over him. He had anticipated the roar of battle, the clash of steel, the desperate pleas of surrender. This was none of that. This was peace. A strange, unnerving, utterly unearned peace. His jaw tightened, but not from fear of ambush. It was from the sheer, bewildering frustration of a meticulously planned invasion, being met not with resistance, but with utter, oblivious serenity. "Report," he hissed again, though his voice was swallowed by the soft, pervasive drone. Sergeant Gorban, his face a mask of profound bewilderment, gestured vaguely into the night. "Sire, it's everywhere. They're all asleep. Every last one of them." Indeed, as the disciplined lines of soldiers advanced, they were forced to navigate a landscape populated by inert, dreaming forms. A group of pikemen, ordered to secure the town square, found themselves stepping carefully over the outstretched legs of a half-dozen market vendors, who lay sprawled amidst their wares, their snores ranging from soft purrs to booming, seismic events. One soldier, Private Garrow, a man who had seen his share of bloody skirmishes, found himself gingerly moving a basket of eggs that had been placed too close to the foot of a sleeping chicken farmer, lest he accidentally wake the man, or worse, crush the eggs. The absurdity of his mission, of tiptoeing through a conquered town to avoid disturbing its inhabitants, was not lost on him. He felt a strange, almost nervous giggle bubbling up in his throat, quickly stifled lest he break the profound quiet that was more unsettling than any shout of alarm. Captain Thorne, whose men had secured the gates, now moved through the streets like a man walking through a very peculiar dream. He had ordered his men to be vigilant, to maintain their guard, to expect the trap to spring at any moment. But how does one fight a town that is simply sleeping? He found himself pausing outside a small cottage, peering through a window. Inside, a family of 5 was piled together on a single straw mattress, limbs tangled, heads cushioned by one another, all contributing their unique note to the town's pervasive symphony. The youngest, a tiny infant, was making a soft, snuffling sound that was impossibly endearing, even to a battle-hardened warrior like Thorne. It was less a conquered town, and more a massive, accidental nursery. The various snores were not uniform. There were the high-pitched, almost squeaky snores of the very thin, the deep, resonant rumblers of the well-fed, the intermittent snorts of those dreaming of particularly vigorous hunts, and the soft, almost imperceptible puffs of the truly exhausted. They blended. They overlapped. They created a sonic tapestry that was both alien and strangely comforting. It was the sound of utter, unapologetic surrender, not to an army, but to the irresistible call of rest. Duke Grimsby dismounted, his boots landing softly on the cobbled street. The sound almost impious in the profound quiet. He walked towards a sleeping man slumped against a wall, his face half hidden by a worn cap. He nudged the man's boot with his own. No response. He nudged it again, a little harder. The man merely shifted, let out a particularly resonant snore, and burrowed deeper into his unconsciousness. The Duke leaned closer, listening. The man was undoubtedly asleep. A deep, profound, almost unbreakable sleep. "This is madness," Duke Grimsby muttered, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "Where is the resistance? Where are the defenders? Where is the alarm?" His military mind, trained for logical conflict, found no purchase in this bizarre reality. His scouts had confirmed no one was awake. His vanguard had reported no struggle. His own eyes and ears confirmed it now. The town was his, yes, but it was a conquest without a battle. A victory without an opponent. It felt like being handed a prize that had simply fallen out of a sleeping child's grasp. The air itself, cool and still, seemed to thicken as they ventured deeper. It carried not the metallic tang of fear or the acrid scent of conflict, but the faint, comforting aroma of wood smoke, damp earth, and something indefinable, something akin to warm milk and ancient moss. This was the somnolent essence, the insidious, benevolent soporific that had permeated every stone, every leaf, every breath in this valley for generations. And now, it began its subtle work on the wide-awake invaders. A few soldiers, standing guard over a dark alley, found their eyelids growing heavy. Their highly strung nerves, accustomed to the heightened alert of battle, were slowly, insidiously, being soothed by the pervasive calm. The rhythmic snoring that surrounded them was no longer an oddity, but a steady hypnotic beat, promising a respite they had not known in months of marching and weary nights. One young recruit, Private Silas, found his spear feeling impossibly heavy, his thoughts drifting to his soft bed back home. He stifled a yawn, pinching himself on the arm, but the sleepiness was a gentle tide, not a sudden wave, and it was almost impossible to fight something so subtly inviting. Commander Varus, ever the pragmatist, found himself rubbing his own eyes. "Sire," he said, his voice unusually soft, "this is no trap. No one would feign such complete, utter unconsciousness. It is unnatural. A curse, perhaps? A blessing? I know not." He looked around at the rows of houses, each radiating its own quiet hum of slumber. "We have taken the town, sire, without a single casualty. But what exactly have we taken?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. Duke Grimsby stood amidst his thousands of soldiers, all armed and ready for a fight that refused to materialize, all surrounded by the soft, pervasive symphony of Somnolent. His glorious conquest felt less like a triumph and more like an elaborate, deeply ironic prank. He was the conqueror, but the conquered were simply too busy sleeping to notice. The strangest welcome he had ever received, a quiet, profound chorus of snores that promised no resistance, only the unsettling invitation to join in the dream. Chapter 7. The General's Dilemma. Pillage or nap? Duke Grimsby stood amidst the profound, bewildering quiet of Somnolent, his armored boots solid on the cobbled street, yet his strategic footing felt entirely lost. The symphony of snores, a vast, undulating wave of human repose, enveloped him. It was a sound that should not exist in a conquered town, a sound that mocked the very concept of military triumph. His mind, accustomed to the crisp logic of battle plans and the predictable chaos of resistance, found no purchase in this bizarre reality. He had trained for every contingency. Fortified walls, cunning ambushes, desperate last stands. He had not, in his wildest strategic nightmares, prepared for a town that simply slept through its own conquest. He looked at his captains, their faces illuminated by the faint moonlight and the flickering glow of their lanterns. Captain Thorne, usually a bastion of grim stoicism, wore a look of utter bafflement, his eyes darting from one inert figure to another. Commander Varus, the stoic cavalry officer, stood with his arms crossed, a frown etched deeply into his brow, as if contemplating a riddle that had no answer. Even Sergeant Gorban, the usually unflappable aide, seemed to be fighting a persistent urge to yawn, his shoulders slumping ever so slightly. "Sire," Commander Varus finally broke the silence, his voice hushed, almost reverent in the face of such pervasive slumber. "The town is ours, without a single blow struck. But what precisely do we do now?" The question, simple in its phrasing, struck Duke Grimsby with the force of a battering ram. What indeed? His army, thousands strong, stood poised for action, their weapons gleaming, their minds prepared for the grim business of war. But here, there was no grim business. There was only the gentle rise and fall of chests, the soft exhalations of sleep, the occasional contented murmur from a dreaming child. His military doctrine dictated a clear course of action for a newly conquered town. First, secure the leadership. That had been done, though Mayor Mildew and his council had been secured, still deeply lost to slumber in their meeting hall, their snores echoing faintly. Next, disarm the populace. Impossible, when the populace was so utterly disarmed by unconsciousness, their only weapons a stray teacup or a forgotten knitting needle. Then establish control, collect tribute, perhaps pillage if the resistance had been particularly stubborn, or if the spoils were rich. But pillage a town already so utterly, comically defenseless, the thought felt undignified. Pillage. Duke Grimsby murmured, the word tasting sour on his tongue. He imagined his hardened soldiers, trained to break down doors and instill fear, now creeping into cottages, carefully stepping over sleeping bodies to rummage through chests. What glory was there in stealing a worn blanket from a peacefully snoring peasant? What terror could be instilled in someone who was utterly oblivious? It felt less like conquest and more like a very awkward, very quiet burglary on a grand scale. The very act would reduce his formidable army to common sneak thieves, robbed of their martial pride by the sheer absurdity of their targets. His mind, sharp and calculating, searched for the strategic advantage in this. Could he demand ransom? From whom? The mayor was dreaming of particularly comfortable jowls. The townsfolk were lost in their own private worlds. There was no one to negotiate with, no one to threaten, no one to even acknowledge their presence. It was like shouting commands at a particularly dense, fluffy cloud. Then there was the other, more insidious dilemma. The very air of Somnolent. It was not just the town that was asleep. The essence of sleep seemed to permeate the valley itself, a fine, invisible dust that settled on the skin, seeped into the lungs, and whispered promises of profound rest. Duke Grimsby felt it himself, a subtle loosening in his jaw, a gentle blurring at the edges of his vision, a persistent, almost alluring invitation to close his eyes. Just for a moment. He had fought through grueling campaigns, endured nights without sleep. But this was different. This wasn't exhaustion from exertion. It was a pervasive, benevolent lethargy that offered no fight, only comfort. He saw it in his men, too. Soldiers who had marched for days with unyielding resolve now leaned against walls, their helmets slipping, their breaths coming slower, deeper. The disciplined ranks wavered, not from fear, but from the simple, overwhelming urge to rest. A group of archers, positioned on a rooftop overlooking the market square, were now huddled together, their bows lying discarded beside them, their soft snores harmonizing with those below. They weren't shirking their duty. They were simply succumbing to the town's peculiar embrace. It was impossible to maintain alert vigilance when the entire world around you seemed to be urging you to lie down and dream. "Sire," Captain Thorne interjected, his voice surprisingly soft. "My patrols report complete quiet. We've found no hidden militia, no secret passages, no signs of armed resistance. Only slumber. We secured the granary, the well, and the town hall. All empty save for the inhabitants who appeared to be in a very deep sleep." He rubbed his eyes, then stifled a yawn that seemed to stretch his entire face. "Some of our men are finding it difficult to remain vigilant, sire. The atmosphere, it is potent." Grimsby gritted his teeth. Potent was an understatement. This wasn't an enemy he could crush, a fortress he could breach. This was a force of nature, a localized atmospheric phenomenon of profound rest. How did one conquer Wahetat? His reputation, built on decisive victories and stern discipline, felt suddenly fragile, in the face of such absurd, unresisting tranquility. He imagined the dispatches back to his capital. Report: Somnolent captured. Casualties: 0 billion. Resistance: total and profound slumber. Strategic value: undetermined, as all citizens are currently unavailable for interrogation. His court would laugh. His rivals would mock. It was not a glorious victory. It was a cosmic joke at his expense. What about the resources? Duke Grimsby pressed, trying to inject some semblance of military purpose into the surreal situation. The granary? The treasury? Commander Varro sighed, a long drawn-out sound that hinted at his own encroaching weariness. The granary is full, sire, but there is no one to guard it, nor anyone to count its contents. The treasury, well, we have not yet found it, but given the town's general disposition, I imagine it's quite small, and perhaps hidden under a pile of cushions. He paused and added, almost as an afterthought, many of our men are having difficulty even carrying their weapons, sire. Their arms feel very heavy. The general looked at his sword, the hilt cool and solid in his grasp. It felt heavier than usual, yes. A curious sensation, almost as if it were pulling him down, urging him to simply set it aside and rest. He tightened his grip, trying to fight the subtle, insidious pull. This was his dilemma, the absolute, unequivocal power to take whatever he wanted from a town that couldn't even lift a finger in protest. But the act itself felt hollow, pointless, and frankly, deeply embarrassing. And the longer he stood there, surrounded by the chorus of snores, the more the alternative beckoned. A nap. Just a small, quick nap. The idea was absurd, unprofessional, entirely un-Grimsby-like. Yet, it was undeniably tempting. His generals and captains looked at him, their eyes heavy-lidded, awaiting his command. To order pillage would be to exert brute force against an opponent who wasn't even aware of the fight, a barbaric act lacking any strategic necessity, or even the common courtesy of a roused foe. To order a general retreat would be an admission of defeat, a humiliating retreat from a town that hadn't even bothered to defend itself. Duke Grimsby paced again, his boots making soft, scuffing sounds in the profound quiet. He was a conqueror, but never before had he faced an enemy that fought him with such overwhelming, peaceful indifference. He was a general who valued order, but here, order had dissolved into a collective, spontaneous surrender to slumber. He looked up at the somnolent sky, the stars shimmering with a distant, unconcerned brilliance. The soft breeze carried the combined scent of sleeping humanity, of warm bread, and the inexplicable, almost narcotic perfume of the valley itself. The snoring symphony swelled around him, a gentle, inexorable tide. He needed a decision, a strategy. But the very act of thinking, of forming a complex thought, felt like pulling a heavy cart through treacle. The thought of a warm bed, a soft pillow, a momentary escape from this bizarre, baffling reality, pulsed with an almost unbearable allure. His eyelids drooped. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to refocus, to reassert his iron will. But the somnolent air, patient and persistent, simply wrapped around him, a comforting, inescapable shroud. The choice between traditional conquest, a brutal, pointless pillage, and succumbing to the strange, unyielding influence of the town's pervasive slumber, was not a strategic one, but an existential one. Was he a conqueror who took by force, or one who was subtly, comically conquered by the very lack of it? The answer seemed to drift away on a sleepy breeze, lost somewhere between a deep snore and a nascent dream. His great dilemma was not a grand tactical decision, but a simple, profound invitation to rest. Chapter 8. The subtle art of quiet conquest. Duke Grimsby, having finally wrestled his strategic mind away from the siren call of somnolence, pervasive slumber, issued his orders in a voice barely above a whisper. a sound more suited to a hushed library than a military encampment. "Proceed with the takeover," he commanded, his eyes still holding a faint, almost imperceptible glaze of weariness. "But no alarms. No violence. We will secure this town quietly. Our objective is control, not destruction. Do not, under any circumstances, wake the populace unless absolutely necessary. Move like ghosts. Whisper your commands. This will be a conquest of silence." His captains, equally befuddled and sleep-deprived, nodded, their movements slow and deliberate. Captain Thorne, who had already experienced the unnerving stillness of the gatehouse, relayed the orders to his vanguard with gestures and hushed urgings. Commander Varus, the cavalry officer, found himself dismounting his horse, realizing the thunder of hooves would shatter the pervasive calm, a thought that felt almost sacrilegious in this somnolent landscape. Sergeant Gorban, normally barking orders, now communicated with a series of elaborate hand signals and barely audible guttural sounds. The mighty army of Duke Grimsby, renowned for its disciplined charges and earth-shaking marches, transformed into a legion of tiptoeing giants, their armor clinking like a distant, nervous wind chime. The market square, a sprawling expanse of slumbering humanity, was the first major challenge. Rows of stalls, laden with produce and textiles, became obstacles to be circumnavigated with extreme care. Here, a plump merchant lay draped over a barrel of salted fish, his snores producing a rhythmic, almost gurgling sound. There, a weaver had slumped mid-stitch, her half-finished tapestry serving as a makeshift blanket for her dozing head. Soldiers, their heavy boots usually made for breaking ranks, now performed an awkward, silent ballet, lifting their feet high over outstretched limbs, their swords held carefully to avoid brushing against a dozing face. Private Jerem, the scout from the previous chapter, found himself holding his breath as he stepped over a particularly wide snoring farmer, a faint scent of stale ale and undisturbed sleep wafting up from the man. He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple, not from exertion, but from the sheer nerve-wracking pressure of trying not to wake a single soul in an entire town. "Secure the provisions," Captain Thorne whispered to a squad of supply officers, pointing towards the granary. "Quietly. Don't disturb the chickens. And for the love of the Duke, don't wake the granary master." The supply officers, accustomed to simply requisitioning goods with force, now found themselves meticulously, almost lovingly, lifting sacks of grain from a sleeping storekeeper's side, their movements as delicate as thieves pilfering jewels. The granary master, a portly man named Master Barley, was found perfectly balanced on a stack of sacks, his breathing a gentle, contented sigh, his spectacles perched precariously on the tip of his nose. One soldier, Private Finn, accidentally brushed against a sack of dried peas, sending a soft cascade to the floor. He froze, his heart pounding, half expecting Master Barley to leap up with a furious shout. But the man merely shifted, his spectacles slipping slightly, and continued his profound slumber, perhaps dreaming of particularly abundant harvests. Finn let out a slow, silent exhalation, his hand trembling slightly as he carefully swept the peas back into the sack. Throughout the town, similar scenes unfolded. Soldiers assigned to find the town's treasury, a task usually accompanied by the splintering of doors and the threat of steel, now found themselves in a bizarre treasure hunt. They slipped into the town's small, unassuming bank, which looked more like a comfortable dwelling than a vault. Inside, the banker, Master Goldthwaite, was found fast asleep in his armchair, a ledger open on his lap, his chin resting on a page detailing a particularly uninteresting loan. His keys, a small jingling cluster, lay on a side table within easy reach. A sergeant, renowned for his ability to pick the most complex locks, found his skills entirely redundant. He simply reached for the keys, trying to avoid the faint jingle. He managed to retrieve them, but as he did, his elbow brushed a small ornamental porcelain cat. It teetered. He lunged, catching it mid-fall with a desperate silent grab, his body contorted in an effort to prevent any noise. The cat was saved, the silence maintained, and Master Goldthwaite continued to dream, oblivious to the quiet removal of his life's work. The residential areas proved even more challenging. Doors were unlocked, windows ajar, inviting the soft night air. Soldiers dispatched to secure the inhabitants moved from house to house, their grim faces softening with each discovery. In one cottage a young couple lay intertwined in their bed, their faces serene in sleep. In another, a small child clung to a worn teddy bear, its thumb in its mouth, a faint gurgle escaping its lips. The hardened warriors, trained to see every civilian as a potential threat or a resource, now saw only fragile, dreaming humanity. They found themselves moving with a tenderness they hadn't displayed in years, carefully tucking blankets, adjusting pillows that had slipped, even in one instance, gently righting a fallen wooden toy for a sleeping child. It was a bizarre inversion of their mission, a quiet act of domestic care amidst a military occupation. Commander Varus, supervising a contingent of infantry, securing the main thoroughfares, found himself leaning against a lamppost, his eyes heavy. The air was thick with the scent of slumber, a profound tranquility that seeped into his very bones. His men, usually alert and boisterous, were now moving with a slow, deliberate cadence, their movements almost fluid as they navigated the sleeping forms. One of his lieutenants, a burly man named Gareth, stifled a prodigious yawn, his helmet almost tumbling off. "Commander," he whispered, his voice thick with weariness, "this quiet, it's more exhausting than a pitched battle. Every shadow seems to hold a pillow, every soft surface beckons." Varus nodded, feeling a similar languor. He had expected the adrenaline of conflict, the sharp focus that came with danger. Instead, he was battling an invisible tide of pervasive peace. He saw Private Silas, the young recruit from before, leaning against a closed shop door, his spear held loosely. His head was nodding. Varus moved silently towards him, reaching out to give his shoulder a shake. But as he approached, Silas let out a soft snore, his head tilting to rest fully on the door. Varus paused, his hand hovering. He couldn't bring himself to startle the boy. Instead he just stood guard over him, his own eyelids beginning to feel heavy. Duke Grimsby, observing from the slightly elevated position near the town hall, watched the strange, silent conquest unfold. His grand army, reduced to a collection of tiptoeing giants, was engaged in the most undignified of military operations. He saw a grizzled veteran, a man who had stormed countless fortresses, carefully remove a stray chicken that had nested in the folds of a sleeping farmer's cloak. He saw another, a ruthless swordsman, gently adjust the position of a sleeping dog that had curled up on a merchant's spread. It was ridiculous. It was absurd. And yet, it was undeniably effective. But the pervasive lethargy of Somnolent was not merely an observational curiosity for the Duke. It was a physical, insistent presence. His own eyelids felt heavier than lead. His thoughts, usually sharp and focused, now drifted like smoke. He found himself fantasizing about the feel of a soft feather mattress, the quiet darkness of a truly undisturbed sleep. He pinched himself hard on the arm. The pain was a brief, sharp jab of wakefulness, quickly dulled by the pervasive atmosphere. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the fatigue deep in his bones, a fatigue that was not born of physical exertion, but of a profound, unnatural peacefulness. Secure the town square perimeter, he managed to whisper to Sergeant Gorban, his voice rough, and send word to Captain Thorne. Establish a command post in the town hall. Quietly, Gorban nodded, already moving with the slow, almost deliberate movements that seemed to infect everyone in Somnolent. He found Captain Thorne, who was in the process of carefully disarming a sleeping town guard, replacing his sword with a small rolled-up blanket. "The Duke wishes you to establish command in the town hall," Captain Corbin murmured. "And to establish a perimeter." Thorn grunted softly. "The entire town is a perimeter, Sergeant," he whispered back, indicating the endless array of sleeping figures. "And as for the town hall, the mayor and his council are already thoroughly secured. They haven't stirred since we found them." He gestured to the open doors of the town hall, from which the faint, rhythmic chorus of the council's snores could still be heard. The soldiers moved through the town with a strange reverence. Their original mission of swift, decisive conquest warped into a delicate, almost balletic act of non-aggression. They secured homes by gently closing unlocked doors, ensuring no one would accidentally wander out. They neutralized watchtowers by simply stepping over the peacefully dreaming guards. They took possession of key buildings by entering them, finding the occupants asleep, and then simply standing guard over their slumber. No shouts, no struggles, no bloodshed. Only the soft rustle of their movements, the muffled clink of their armor, and the vast, undulating symphony of snores that was Somnolent's silent, unyielding welcome. The most peculiar part was the lack of anything to fight against. There was no defiance, no resistance, not even a flicker of fear from the conquered. How does one assert dominance over a populace that is utterly, completely oblivious? Duke Grimsby, standing amidst this profound, unmoving quiet, felt a strange sense of victory mixed with an even stranger sense of impotent absurdity. He had taken Somnolent, yes, but it felt less like a conquest, and more like he had walked into a giant, unintentional sleepover. His army, trained for war, was now performing a bizarre charade of quiet occupation, their swords drawn against an enemy that fought them not with steel, but with the overwhelming, disarming power of profound rest. The subtle art of quiet conquest, it seemed, was less about strategy, more about tiptoeing around a universal yawn, hoping desperately not to catch it themselves. And as the night wore on, under the vast, uncaring stars, the soft, hypnotic rhythm of Somnolent's slumber began to seep deeper into the very core of the invading army. A silent, pervasive conquest in reverse. Chapter 9. The baker who slept through it all, the air within Master Bartholomew's bakery, was a warm, yeasty embrace, a fragrant cloud of proofing dough, sweet honey, and the faint, comforting scent of cooling embers. It was a haven of sorts, a place where the pervasive drowsiness of Somnolent seemed to intensify, settling upon one's shoulders. A particularly soft Master Bartholomew himself, a man whose round, flower-dusted face seemed perpetually on the verge of a gentle smile, was a true testament to the town's unique affliction. He had been found by the invading soldiers slumped over a massive kneading trough, his head pillowed by a fresh, unbacked loaf that was slowly, patiently rising beneath him. His breathing was a soft, rhythmic huff-puff, punctuated by the occasional contented sigh, a sound as comforting and steady as the slow turning of a watermill. His hands, still faintly dusted with flour, lay open beside him, one palm lightly touching a small, forgotten rolling pin. A squad of Duke Grimsby's soldiers, dispatched to secure the town's provisions, and, perhaps to verify the utter lack of resistance, cautiously pushed open the bakery door. It creaked softly on its hinges, a sound that in any other town would have snapped a baker to attention, perhaps with a startled cry and a floury shovel. Here, however, it merely added a subtle, almost musical bass note to Bartholomew's profound snores. The soldiers, grim-faced and alert, paused on the threshold, their senses assaulted not by the smell of fear or steel, but by the overwhelming, intoxicating aroma of freshly baked bread. Their stomachs, long accustomed to the bland rations of military campaigns, rumbled in protest, a far louder sound than anything emanating from the baker. Corporal Rorick, A man whose usual demeanor was one of stern, unyielding discipline, found his resolve weakening with every breath of the warm, yeasty air. His eyes, trained to scan for threats, now lingered on the rows of cooling loaves, still warm from the oven, their crusts golden and inviting. He looked at Master Bartholomew, so utterly lost in slumber that he seemed less a potential enemy and more a particularly fluffy, oversized pillow. The absurdity of their mission to conquer a man who couldn't even be bothered to wake up was becoming painfully apparent. "Maintain silence," Rorik whispered, his voice raspy, a stark contrast to the baker's peaceful breathing. "And don't touch anything unless absolutely necessary." His gaze, however, strayed to a tray of small, honey-drizzled pastries, still steaming faintly. The thought of cold, dry hardtack after days on the march was suddenly intolerable. Private Garrow, the scout who had navigated the sleeping market square, now tiptoed into the bakery, his heavy boots making an almost comical amount of noise on the wooden floor, despite his best efforts. He saw Bartholomew, his face blissfully serene, a faint trace of flour on his cheek, and felt a strange pang of something akin to guilt. It felt less like an invasion and more like breaking into someone's very private, very comfortable nap. He approached a stack of large, round loaves, their warmth radiating against his palm. His orders were to secure provisions, after all. These loaves certainly qualified. He reached for one, his fingers closing around its soft, yielding crust. As he did, his elbow brushed against a rack of metal cooling trays, sending a small, empty one clattering softly to the floor with a metallic clang. Rorik flinched, his hand instinctively going to his sword hilt, his eyes snapping to Bartholomew. The baker's snores, however, remained uninterrupted. He shifted slightly, murmuring something indiscernible, but his slumber remained profound, unyielding. Garrow let out a slow, silent breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He picked up the tray, his face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and profound relief. The other soldiers, emboldened by Bartholomew's unwavering unconsciousness, began their own quiet exploration. One soldier, Private Theron, whose sweet tooth was legendary, couldn't resist the allure of the honey pastries. He crept towards the tray, his movements painstakingly slow. He reached out, his fingers trembling slightly and gently, with the precision of a surgeon, lifted one of the sticky treats. As he drew it away, a single, glistening drop of honey detached itself and fell onto Bartholomew's flour-dusted cheek. Theron froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. The honey dropped slowly, almost imperceptibly, slid down the baker's skin. Bartholomew, in his deep sleep, merely twitched his nose, a faint, almost blissful smile gracing his lips, as if he were dreaming of the sweetest, most perfect pastry. Theron let out a silent sigh of astonishment and took a cautious bite of the pastry, his eyes wide with a mix of delight and utter disbelief. Another soldier, tasked with finding any hidden weapons, found a large, ornate rolling pin hanging on the wall. He took it down, examining its surprisingly solid weight. As he turned it over, it slipped from his grasp, landing with a soft yet undeniable gate-o-dak on the flour-covered floor. This sound, too, was absorbed by the bakery's deep, sleepy atmosphere. Bartholomew's response was a particularly resonant snore, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of his contented soul. It was as if the universe itself had decided that the baker's rest was paramount, and all minor disturbances would simply be incorporated into the symphony of his slumber. Rorik, watching this absurd charade, felt a strange, almost dizzying sense of the world turning upside down. He had imagined a conquest of steel and fire, of valor and fear. Instead, he was overseeing a silent, almost reverent raid on a bakery, where the greatest challenge was not overcoming resistance, but avoiding the gentle shift of a sleeping man. He saw his men, these hardened warriors, tiptoeing around barrels of flour, carefully stepping over discarded rags. Their faces etched not with aggression, but with a peculiar mix of awe, and bewildered amusement. He watched Private Garrow, now emboldened, gently nudging a cooling rack of small braided loaves. Garrow took 3, tucking them carefully into his satchel, then hesitated. He glanced at Bartholomew, still deeply asleep. He then, with a strange, almost paternal gesture, took a small clean cloth from his own pack and very gently, very carefully, wiped the honey drop from Bartholomew's cheek. The baker stirred faintly, pulling his knees slightly closer to his chest, but his breathing remained deep and unbroken. The warm, yeasty air of the bakery, laden with the profound soporific essence of Somnolent, began to work its subtle magic on the soldiers. Their initial vigilance, already strained by the town's eerie quiet, started to waver. The comforting scent, the pervasive warmth, the rhythmic lullaby of Bartholomew's snores, it was a powerful, insidious invitation to join the collective slumber. Rorik found his own eyelids growing heavy, a familiar somnolent tickle at the back of his throat. He stifled a yawn, clenching his jaw, but the temptation was palpable. A soft, insistent whisper in his mind. They had taken bread, pastries, and had secured the bakery without a single word of protest, without so much as a twitch of an eyelid from its owner. It was a victory technically, but one that felt profoundly, almost comically, anticlimactic. They retreated from the bakery, their steps still meticulously quiet, leaving Master Bartholomew undisturbed, still dreaming of perfectly risen loaves and the comforting hum of his oven. The door creaked shut behind them, sealing the warm, sleepy world within. Outside, under the pale moonlight, Rorik looked at the bread in his hands. It was warm, soft, and smelled divine. He took a bite, the simple taste a stark contrast to the bewildering reality of their conquest. He had never imagined that the greatest challenge in an invasion would be to avoid waking the enemy, to navigate a battlefield of peaceful slumber. Master Bartholomew, the baker, had slept through the entire ordeal, a living monument to Somnolent's baffling, unyielding dedication to rest. And as Rorik looked back at the darkened bakery, he couldn't help but wonder if, perhaps, the baker had the right idea all along. The true irony, it seemed, was that the invaders were exhausted and confused, while the conquered were simply having the most peaceful night's sleep of their lives. Chapter 10. The Misplaced Sword and the Sleeping Blacksmith. The blacksmith's shop in Somnolent was, even in its quietude, a place of profound sensory experience. The air hung thick with the ghosts of 1,000 hammered metals, a pervasive scent of cold iron, scorched wood, and the lingering, almost sweet aroma of coal dust. Unlike the yeasty warmth of the baker's shop, the forge was cool, almost damp in the evening air. A cavernous space where shadows clung to the rafters like forgotten dreams. It was into this particular realm of somnolent industry that Private Theron, the very same soldier who had so delicately sampled Master Bartholomew's honey pastries, found himself dispatched. His mission, as relayed in hushed whispers by Corporal Rorik, was to secure the blacksmith's forge, ensure no hidden armaments were being secreted away, and, above all, to maintain the utterly absurd, yet paramount, silence that had become the defining characteristic of this invasion. Theron moved with an exaggerated caution that felt more akin to a cat burglar's stealth than a soldier's disciplined advance. His longsword, usually a comforting weight at his hip, now felt like an ungainly appendage, threatening to clang against anything and everything in the dim light. The silence within the forge was not absolute. It was broken by the occasional, almost imperceptible creak of settling timbers, the soft rustle of unseen drafts, and most notably, a low, rhythmic thunk-thunk that, despite its metallic resonance, was undoubtedly a snore. A very, very deep snore. He paused just inside the doorway, allowing his eyes to adjust to the gloom. The forge itself, a gaping maw of brick and ash, glowed with only the faintest warmth, a memory of the day's fire. Hammers of various sizes hung from pegs, their profiles silhouetted against the meager light. And there, at the very heart of this silent industry, was old Gorok. The blacksmith was not as one might expect, slumped in a chair or stretched out on a cot. No, old Gorok had found his ultimate perch of repose atop his very own anvil. His burly frame, clad in a leather apron that seemed as ancient and enduring as the stone walls themselves, was somehow perfectly balanced on the cold, hard surface of the iron block. His head, a craggy landscape of weathered skin and grizzled beard, was pillowed by a discarded piece of leather, his mouth open just enough to produce that remarkable bay, thunk, thunk snore, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards. One meaty hand was draped across his chest. The other rested on the polished surface of the anvil beside his head, the metal cool against his calloused skin. It was a sight that defied logic, a tableau of profound, almost impossible comfort found in the most uncomfortable of places. Theron felt a wave of the familiar somnolent drowsiness wash over him, amplified by the sheer, unyielding serenity of the sleeping blacksmith. His eyelids felt heavy, his grip on his sword seemed to slacken, and the idea of simply finding a soft pile of coal dust and joining old Gorok in slumber was momentarily, alluringly tempting. He shook his head, a subtle movement fighting the urge. He had a job to do. His task was to verify the contents of the forge, to ensure no weapons were being secretly stockpiled. He moved cautiously towards a rack of newly forged tools, his eyes scanning for anything out of place. His longsword, still drawn, felt cumbersome. In a moment of weary distraction, perhaps influenced by the overwhelming atmosphere of rest, he leaned it carefully against a stack of cooling iron bars. The metal, though cold, offered a stable resting place for the heavy blade. He then turned his attention to a barrel filled with what appeared to be spearheads, meticulously checking each one with a gloved hand. They were blunt, clearly for farming implements, not warfare. As he straightened up, a particularly resonant donk-thunking emanated from old Gorok, a snore that seemed to momentarily vibrate the very air. Theron started, his foot shifting on the uneven floor. He heard a soft, scraping sound behind him, a metallic whisper that made his blood run cold. He spun around. His longsword, which he had so carefully placed, had slipped. It lay now, not on the cold iron bars, but partially underneath the anvil, its hilt almost touching old Gorok's massive, boot-clad foot. The blade gleamed faintly in the dim light, a stark symbol of his professional carelessness in the face of such profound, unresisting peace. A cold dread, entirely unrelated to fear of combat, gripped Theron. Retrieving his sword would be an act of the utmost delicacy. It was caught at an awkward angle, requiring him to reach deep under the anvil, perilously close to the sleeping blacksmith. The slightest jingle of his chainmail, the brush of his gauntlet against Gorok's worn boot, the faintest tremor of the anvil, any of these could disturb the blacksmith's sacred slumber. And then what? Theron imagined the man waking up, not with a cry of alarm, but with a bewildered grunt, perhaps complaining about a cold draught or an ill-placed dream hammer. The absurdity of it was almost unbearable. He dropped to one knee, his movements agonizingly slow. The air in the forge felt heavier, pressing down on him, urging him to simply abandon the sword and find a comfortable corner for a nap. He could feel the pervasive drowsiness seeping into his own limbs, making them feel like lead. His fingers, usually nimble, felt clumsy within his thick gauntlets. He extended his arm, reaching under the anvil, his fingertips brushing against the cold, smooth metal of his sword hilt. Old Gorok chose that precise moment for another truly magnificent snore, a sound like a distant, contented landslide, accompanied by a small, almost imperceptible shift of his body on the anvil. Theron froze, his heart pounding a frantic drum against his ribs. He held his breath, his eyes fixed on the blacksmith's face, searching for any sign of stirring. But Gorok merely settled deeper, his wa-thunk-thunk snore continuing with unwavering rhythm, perhaps even slightly louder than before, as if in contented protest to the subtle disturbance. Theron exhaled slowly, a long, drawn-out sigh of relief that was almost swallowed by the ambient snores. He continued his delicate operation, inch by agonizing inch, pulling the sword free. His arm scraped against the rough stone floor beneath the anvil, a harsh, grating sound that seemed to reverberate in the confined space. He winced, his teeth clenched, but old Gorak remained blissfully oblivious, lost in the quiet forge of his dream. The air, thick with the scent of coal and the peculiar somnolent essence, seemed to envelop him, a warm, protective shroud. Finally, with a soft, almost imperceptible oar scraping, the blade was free. Theron slowly withdrew his arm, his hand grasping the hilt of his sword. He held it upright, a symbol of his restored professionalism, only to find that his entire body was trembling, not from the exertion of combat, but from the sheer, nerve-wracking strain of absolute silence. He then found himself, without conscious thought, carefully leaning the sword against a different, more stable post, one clearly out of range of any potential seismic snoring events. The idea of losing it again filled him with a quiet dread. He looked at old Gorak, still supremely, undeniably asleep on his anvil, the man's face a picture of pure, unadulterated repose. There was no sign of struggle, no hint of a roused citizen, no threat whatsoever. Just the rhythmic thunk-thunking of the blacksmith's snore, a sound that underscored the utter, bewildering futility of an armed invasion against such a profoundly unresisting foe. Theron found his eyes drawn to a small worn stool near the forge. The pervasive somnolent air, coupled with the strange anticlimactic nature of his mission, was working its insidious magic. His shoulders slumped, his eyelids felt heavy, and the distant, collective symphony of the town's snores seemed to coalesce into a personal, irresistible lullaby just for him. He stifled a yawn, pressing a gloved hand to his mouth, but the temptation was overwhelming. He glanced at the peaceful figure of old Gorak, then back at the door, then at the stool. The idea of a swift, unburdened moment of rest felt like the most logical, most necessary military objective he could currently pursue. The irony was not lost on him. He, an invader, was fighting a losing battle against the very peace he had come to destroy. He secured the blacksmith's shop as per his orders, by simply ensuring the door was closed, and by leaving old Gorak undisturbed, a testament to the town's baffling, unshakable commitment to slumber. As he exited, the cool night air was a slight shock after the warm, sleepy interior of the forge. He rejoined his patrol, his sword now firmly in hand, a small, knowing smirk touching his lips. He hadn't fought a battle, he hadn't vanquished a foe, but he had successfully navigated the subtle, precarious landscape of somnolent slumber, a feat that, in its own peculiar way, felt like a victory all its own. The greatest challenge for Duke Grimsby's army, it was becoming increasingly clear, was not in breaking the will of Somnolent, but in resisting the overwhelming, almost benevolent will of sleep itself. Chapter 11. The castle's slumbering defenses. The castle of Somnolent, while not a formidable bastion on par with the Duke Grimsby's own imposing seat of power, was nonetheless the highest point of architectural ambition in the valley. Its gray stone walls, though showing the gentle wear of centuries and a comfortable layer of moss, were thick and supposedly impenetrable. A shallow moat, fed by a languid stream, encircled its base, and a heavy wooden drawbridge, fortified with iron bands, was the sole entry point. Within its walls resided the town's small, largely ceremonial guard, a handful of servants, and, theoretically, the very last vestiges of Somnolent's vigilance. Duke Grimsby, having absorbed the bewildering reports from his patrols, and having witnessed the bizarre spectacle of a town lost to profound sleep, approached the castle with a renewed sense of strategic caution, if not outright dread. He still clung to the hope that this, the seat of local power, would offer some logical explanation, some form of armed waking resistance that could restore order to his increasingly surreal campaign. Commander Varus, leading the chosen contingent to the castle, moved his men with an almost comical stealth, their boots barely scuffing the path that wound upwards. The moon, now high, cast long, inky shadows that danced with the occasional, almost imperceptible sway of a sleeping tree. The air grew cooler as they ascended, and the collective symphony of the town's snores, though slightly more distant, still hummed below them like the low thrum of a great unseen loom, weaving dreams. Varus, a man of iron discipline, found his own mind beginning to wander, his eyelids feeling curiously heavy, as if tiny, invisible weights had been hung from their lashes. He pinched the bridge of his nose, a familiar gesture of defiance against the insidious, somnolent influence. As they rounded the final bend, the castle came into full view. And there it was, the drawbridge. It was not raised, not even partially. It lay flat across the moat, a welcoming ramp to the castle gates, not merely open, but as if purposefully laid down for an honored guest. The moat water, still and dark, reflected the pale moonlight, undisturbed by any defensive activity. This was a sight that defied every military manual, every tactical principle, every shred of common sense Duke Grimsby and his men possessed. A castle, in the dead of night, with its drawbridge down. It was an invitation, yes, but one so utterly devoid of logic that it felt like the most insidious trap of all. Varus signaled a halt, his hand rising slowly, as if resisting the very air itself. He exchanged a glance with his most trusted lieutenant, Captain Gareth, whose face was a mixture of professional confusion and deep-seated weariness. Gareth, a man who once scaled a castle wall under a hail of arrows, now felt a strange reluctance to cross this undefended drawbridge, as if the very ease of it were a malevolent omen. Cautiously, a small scout team, their movements unnaturally slow and deliberate, crept across the drawbridge. Their footsteps, soft as falling leaves, echoed faintly off the ancient stone walls of the gatehouse. No challenge. No alarm. No shouted question. Just the pervasive, almost spiritual quietude of Somnolent. They reached the gatehouse interior, dimly lit by a single sputtering torch, whose flame seemed almost too exhausted to cast a strong glow. And there they found him, Sir Reginald, the castle's captain of the guard, a man whose boastful tales of vigilance were legendary in Somnolent, though rarely heard by anyone truly awake to listen. Sir Reginald was not at his post, nor was he pacing the battlements. He was, quite remarkably, slumped against the great iron lever that operated the portcullis, his head resting on the cold, unforgiving metal. His helmet, usually polished to a gleaming sheen, had slipped forward, obscuring his face, and from beneath it issued a series of truly impressive snores, a deep, resonant rumble, punctuated by a whistling exhalation that suggested dreams of particularly long, winding trumpets. His sword lay beside him, still sheathed, its hilt barely touching his outstretched hand. His posture suggested he had begun to operate the portcullis, perhaps to lower it for the night, and had simply succumbed midway through the effort. The massive, spiked gate above them hung halfway down, a testament to his interrupted duty, a partial barrier that was more decorative than defensive. The scouts exchanged wide-eyed glances. One, Private Benwick, a nervous young man, reached out a tentative finger and poked Sir Reginald's armored boot. The captain merely twitched, emitted a louder snore, and settled more firmly against the cold iron, as if cementing his position for a truly epic doze. Benwick pulled his finger back as if burned. This was not warfare. This was something entirely different. Beyond the gatehouse, the castle courtyard revealed a similar tableau of profound, unresisting slumber. The few guards stationed along the battlements were found in various states of repose. One, a burly man named Corporal Finn, was draped over a merlin, his halberd resting forgotten beside him, his gaze fixed on the distant, shimmering stars that he was theoretically guarding the castle from. Another, Private Jorik, was discovered in the shade of a small gnarled oak tree in the courtyard, his shield serving as a makeshift pillow, his bow unstrung. Nestled beside him like a sleeping companion. His quivers lay scattered, a few arrows spilling out, gleaming dully in the moonlight. Even the castle's kennel master, Master Guff, whose duty it was to tend the non-existent guard dogs, was found in a patch of straw by the unused kennels, snoring in perfect harmony with the ambient quiet. A small, imaginary bone clutched in his hand. Duke Grimsby, having been led by Varus across the open drawbridge and through the gatehouse, now stood in the castle courtyard, surrounded by the astonishing, utterly baffling silence. He looked around, his sharp eyes scanning every shadow, every archway, searching for the ambush that simply refused to materialize. His entire army, thousands of battle-hardened men, had entered the very heart of Somnolent's defenses without a single clang of steel, a single cry of alarm, or a single drop of blood. It was a victory, yes, but one so effortless, so anticlimactic, that it felt like a profound defeat of his very principles. This is inconceivable, he rasped, his voice raw with a mixture of disbelief and growing frustration. No fortress simply allows itself to be taken. This is a mockery. His military mind, trained in the brutal logic of siege warfare, could not comprehend this surrender to slumber. Commander Varus, equally bewildered, gestured vaguely towards the sleeping guards. "Sire," he said, his voice unusually soft, "they are not feigning. Their pulses are steady, their breaths deep. It is truly a slumbering defense." Grimsby walked over to Sir Reginald, the sleeping captain of the guard. He reached out a gloved hand, pausing for a moment. Then, with a sharp, decisive flick, he slapped the captain's armored cheek. The sound was surprisingly loud in the deep quiet of the gatehouse, a sharp crack that should have startled a man from the deepest coma. Sir Reginald's head merely lolled to the side, his helmet clattering softly against the iron lever, and a particularly vigorous snore escaped his lips, as if in protest to the rudeness of the gesture. He remained utterly, profoundly asleep. The Duke pulled his hand back, a grimace on his face. He felt a faint tingling in his own fingers, a strange, almost electric buzz, and then a peculiar wave of warmth, a comforting lethargy, began to spread through his arm. He shook his head, trying to dislodge the feeling. It was the somnolent air. Denser here within the castle walls, its soporific essence concentrated like a silent, invisible gas. He looked at his men. Many were already fighting their own battles against their drooping eyelids. Private Silas, who had been struggling against the general drowsiness in the town, now leaned against a stone pillar in the courtyard, his spear held loosely, his head nodding. Captain Gareth stifled a series of loud yawns, his eyes watering. Even Sergeant Gorbin, normally as alert as a hawk, had unconsciously leaned against the massive gate, his body sagging, his gaze unfocused. The castle, designed to keep people yaut, was now subtly, insidiously, lulling its invaders to sleep. "Secure the castle," Duke Grimsby commanded, his voice a low growl, strained with the effort of pushing through the burgeoning weariness. "Establish guards at every post, every tower. But do so quietly, and for the love of all that is sane. Try not to fall asleep yourselves." The last injunction was delivered with a note of genuine desperation. The soldiers, now moving with a lethargic precision, set about their bizarre task. They climbed stairs with painstaking slowness, opened doors with exaggerated care, and stepped over sleeping castle personnel as if they were fragile works of art. They replaced napping guards at their posts, only to find themselves fighting the same irresistible urge to close their eyes. A soldier would stand guard for a few minutes, his vigilance slowly dissolving into a hazy blur, until a comrade, also struggling, would gently nudge him back to a semblance of alertness, only to find himself succumbing moments later. It was an endless silent dance of encroaching slumber. The highest tower, Usually the domain of the most vigilant sentries was found equally compromised. The old tower keeper, Master Eldrin, whose job it was to light the warning beacon, was discovered curled up inside the beacon itself, his body nestled comfortably amongst the kindling, his soft snores sending faint tremors through the timber. He had clearly fallen asleep attempting to light it, perhaps even before he had struck the flint. The invaders, instead of firing the beacon as a sign of conquest, merely extinguished the dying embers, choosing to maintain the pervasive quiet. Duke Grimsby finally made his way to the castle's main hall, a grand, echoing space that should have been teeming with activity, or at least desperate defenders. Instead, it was empty save for the faint moonlight filtering through high windows. He stood in the center, his armor feeling heavier than ever, the silence pressing in on him. His victory felt like a hollow echo, a punch thrown into a feather pillow. He had taken the castle, yes, but it felt less like a conquest, and more like he had become the caretaker of a very large, very sleepy stone dormitory. The castle, the symbol of Somnolent's power, had not fallen in a blaze of glory or a desperate struggle. It had simply, peacefully fallen asleep, and in its slumber, it had disarmed its conquerors more effectively than any army ever could. The greatest challenge was not to take it, but to stay awake within its remarkably restful walls. Chapter 12. The Invaders' Growing Drowsiness. The night deepened over Somnolent, and with each passing hour, the peculiar, almost mystical essence of the town began to work its insidious magic on the wide-awake invader. What had initially been a baffling curiosity for Duke Grimsby's army, this pervasive, unyielding slumber of the local populace, slowly but surely transformed into an internal battle, a silent, relentless siege against their own consciousness. The air, thick with the combined scents of damp earth, ancient stone, and the undeniable perfume of 1,000 peaceful dreams, seemed to settle upon their shoulders, a blanket woven from pure, unadulterated lethargy. Soldiers, accustomed to nights of tense vigilance, of adrenaline-fueled skirmishes, and the bracing chill of dawn raids, found themselves grappling with an enemy unlike any they had ever encountered. This foe did not wield swords or bows. It fought with the soft caress of weariness, the gentle whisper of oblivion. Their iron discipline, honed by years of grueling training, began to fray at the edges, not from fear, but from the simple, overwhelming urge to rest. Private Silas, the young recruit who had earlier struggled against the drowsiness in the town, was now stationed at a crossroads near the town well. His spear, usually held upright with unwavering resolve, now leaned precariously against the stone lip of the well, its polished head gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Silas himself was propped against the well, his helmet tilted forward, his chin resting against his breastplate, a faint, reedy snore escaping his lips. He had fought valiantly against the encroaching slumber, pinching his arms, slapping his cheeks, even resorting to the desperate measure of trying to count the tiny shimmering stars visible through the valley's haze. But the counting had devolved into a blurred, endless sequence, each number a soft pillow for his drifting mind, until the very concept of vigilance had dissolved into the warm embrace of unconsciousness. His dreams, no doubt, were filled with cool, refreshing water and the soft thud of a well bucket. Nearby, Sergeant Thorne, the grim-faced vanguard commander, found himself leaning against the solid oak door of the bakery, the lingering warm scent of yeast and honey almost a personal lullaby. He had ordered his men to maintain strict watch, to patrol in pairs, to keep each other awake. Yet, even as he gave the commands, his own words felt heavy, drawn out as if pulled from a deep, unseen well of weariness. His eyelids, usually sharp and discerning, now felt like leaden weights, threatening to pull his gaze downwards into the comforting darkness. He stifled a yawn, a truly monumental effort that stretched his jaw and brought tears to his eyes. But the sensation of wanting to simply close his eyes and drift off was almost unbearable. He could feel the soft, rhythmic puffing of Master Bartholomew's snoring emanating from within the bakery, a constant, soothing invitation to join the profound repose. The effects were not merely physical, they were psychological. The hardened soldiers who had scoffed at the initial reports of a sleepy town now found their confidence eroded not by direct combat, but by the sheer, unyielding absurdity of their situation. How does one conquer an enemy that refuses to acknowledge your presence by simply falling asleep? It reduced their grand invasion to a cosmic joke, a silent, undignified charade. The thrill of conquest, the adrenaline of battle, all had been replaced by a pervasive, almost humorous weariness. Commander Invaders, tasked with securing the castle's inner defenses, found himself fighting a losing battle against the encroaching lethargy. The very stones of the castle, cold and ancient, seemed to radiate an aura of profound rest. He walked the battlements, his boots making soft, rhythmic thuds that seemed to blend seamlessly with the distant snores of the town below, a vast, undulating symphony of human slumber. He saw his men, positioned at various strategic points, subtly leaning against walls, their spears held loosely, their heads beginning to nod. He would bark a quiet command, a low, urgent whisper that cut through the silence, and a soldier would snap upright, eyes wide for a moment, before the somnolent air would slowly, inexorably begin to pull them back down. He saw Private Yorick, the one who had made a pillow of his shield, now attempting to stand guard by a castle archway. Yorick's eyes were mere slits, his head bobbing like a particularly heavy apple on a slender branch. Varus approached him silently, his brow furrowed with concern. "Yorick," he whispered, his voice sharp. Yorick startled, his shield slipping from his grasp with a soft imgetug onto the ground. He blinked, clearly disoriented. "Commander, my apologies." "Sire?" "Just resting my eyes. The air is antechlanat. Fake. Taking no sire." He stifled a yawn, his face contorted in an effort to contain it. Varus simply nodded. He understood. He had felt the same thickness, the same insidious pull. He had tried everything, splashing cold water on his face, pinching his ears, even trying to recite his military drills backwards, anything to keep his mind from drifting. But the somnolent essence was a patient, pervasive force. It didn't attack. It simply enveloped, soothed, and ultimately subdued. Even Duke Grimsby, the Iron Duke, a man of legendary wakefulness and unyielding will, found himself succumbing to the subtle, relentless influence. He had established his command post in the castle's great hall, a vast, echoing chamber that felt less like a strategic center and more like a very cold, very large bedroom. He sat at a long oak table, a map spread before him, illuminated by a single flickering lantern. His quill hovered over a fresh piece of parchment, intended for a dispatch to his capital, detailing his glorious, bloodless victory. But the words refused to form. His mind, usually a sharp steel trap, felt like a soft, damp sponge. He pinched himself, hard, on the thigh. A brief, sharp pain, then a dull ache, quickly subsumed by the overwhelming wave of drowsiness. He yawned, a prodigious, jaw-cracking yawn that caused his eyes to water and his body to sag. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the grit of exhaustion, but this was more than simple fatigue. This was the profound, almost spiritual lethargy of Somnolent, a deep, ancient peace that permeated every molecule of the valley. He looked at Sergeant Gorban, who was slumped in a chair opposite him, his head resting on the table, a faint snore escaping his lips. Gorban, the unflappable, the ever-alert, was utterly lost to slumber. The Duke felt a flicker of annoyance, quickly replaced by a weary understanding. If Gorban, a man who could sleep standing up in a thunderstorm, was affected, What hope was there for the rest of them? He tried to focus on the map, to devise a strategy for governing a town that refused to wake up. But his eyes kept blurring, the lines on the map dancing before him, threatening to dissolve into a hazy dreamscape. The distant, collective snore of the town pulsed like a slow hypnotic drumbeat, inviting him to surrender. He imagined his triumphant entry into the town, astride Iron Hoof, his banner unfurled. But the image was now overlaid with the absurd reality of tiptoeing around sleeping villagers. The silent, undignified pilfering of bakeries, the gentle removal of slumbering watchmen. It was not glorious. It was merely quiet. One by one, more soldiers succumbed. A group of archers stationed on the castle ramparts were found huddled together, their bows lying discarded, their collective snores adding a new, higher-pitched note to the town's symphony of sleep. A patrol, sent to reconnoiter the western gate, returned not with reports of activity, but with 2 men gently carrying a third, who had simply fallen asleep mid-stride. Mid-stride. The air was heavy, not with the scent of battle, but with the cloying sweetness of profound rest. Even the horses were affected. Iron Hoof, usually pawing the ground with restless energy, stood utterly still in the castle stables, its head drooping, its breathing deep and even, a faint snore occasionally vibrating its nostrils. The entire army, from the Duke down to the lowliest foot soldier, was being subtly, inexorably conquered by the very lack of resistance. They were being lulled. Duke Grimsby realized, with a dawning weary clarity, that their meticulous plan, their silent approach, their avoidance of conflict, had inadvertently played right into Somnolent's most potent defense. By not rousing the town, by embracing the quiet, they had simply allowed the town's unique affliction to work its full, overwhelming power upon them. They were conquerors, yes, but they were also now its latest, most illustrious victims. He looked at his quill, then at the parchment. The dispatch could wait. The conquest, it seemed, was still ongoing, only now the battle was an internal one, a struggle against the relentless, gentle tide of slumber. He imagined the ignominy of being found asleep on the throne of his newly conquered domain. But the thought, once a source of professional horror, now felt strangely appealing. He felt his head sag, his vision dim. The drone of the town's snores, distant yet pervasive, was calling to him, promising a peace he had not known in years. His fingers, still clinging to the quill, slowly loosened. The paper blurred. The lantern light seemed to dim, or perhaps it was merely his eyelids, impossibly heavy, finally surrendering to the overwhelming, disarming influence of Somnolent. The great Iron Duke, accustomed to conquering lands, was now being subtly, comically conquered by the soft, irresistible embrace of sleep itself. Chapter 13. The Midnight Feast. No one attended. The chill of midnight had settled fully upon Somnolent, wrapping the town in a pervasive silence broken only by the omnipresent symphony of snores. Within the grand hall of the castle, Duke Grimsby, battling a profound weariness that felt more potent than any enemy, attempted to maintain some semblance of military decorum. His great hall, usually reserved for solemn pronouncements or the clanging revelry of victorious campaigns, felt curiously empty, its echoes swallowed by the pervasive quietude. His initial plan for the night was simple. Secure the town, yes, but also crucially to celebrate the bloodless victory. A feast, he had decreed, would raise morale and signal the successful annexation of Somnolent into his growing dominion. Orders had been quietly issued, dispatched through his increasingly lethargic ranks. Foraging parties, moving with the exaggerated caution of burglars, had slipped into the baker's shop, the butcher's, and the local inn. They had returned with their arms laden with provisions, crusty loaves, plump sausages, barrels of local ale, and even a few baskets of Somnolent's notoriously sweet, if somewhat sleepy, apples. The sheer ease of acquiring these provisions, the complete lack of resistance, had only added to the unsettling surrealism of their conquest. Chef Ragnar, a burly man whose normal culinary endeavors involved much clatter and booming shouts, now moved through the castle kitchens like a spectre. His usual fiery disposition had been dampened by the somnolent air, leaving him with a perpetually half-closed eye and a tendency to lean against pots for impromptu, 2-second doses. He directed his equally drowsy assistants in hushed tones. The sizzling of meat in the pans and the soft bubbling of simmering stews, seeming almost sacrilegious in the profound quiet. He had prepared a feast fit for a king, or at least a victorious duke: roasted boar, several plump geese, trays of roasted vegetables, and a mountain of freshly baked bread from Master Bartholomew's very own ovens. The aromas, rich and savory, drifted through the castle, a tantalizing promise of hearty sustenance that was almost unbearable to his increasingly weary soldiers. In the great hall, the long feasting tables had been laid out, not with the usual boisterous clamor of preparation, but with a painstaking, almost tender care. Soldiers, fighting against the constant urge to lean a nap, meticulously arranged trenchers, polished goblets, and laid out the simple rustic cutlery found in the castle's stores. The flickering torches, meant to banish the gloom, seemed only to accentuate the somber stillness, casting long, dancing shadows that looked like slumbering figures. Duke Grimsby, seated at the head table, watched the preparations unfold. His jaw felt perpetually slack, his eyes refusing to stay fully open for more than a few seconds at a time. He had dismissed Sergeant Gorban for the evening, having found him slumped against a pillar, snoring with the conviction of a man utterly at peace. Commander Farus, though still stubbornly upright, was swaying almost imperceptibly, his eyes fixed on the distant ceiling as if trying to count invisible sheep. Captain Thorne, ever the stoic, leaned against the stone fireplace, his posture rigid. Yet his breathing was suspiciously deep and even, a faint snore threatening to escape his tightly pressed lips. The irony was not lost on the Duke, even through the haze of his own burgeoning weariness. He had conquered a town of sleepers, and now he and his army were becoming sleepers themselves. The feast, a symbol of their triumph, was turning into a silent, spectral affair, its grandeur diminished by the very lack of a truly awake audience. "Is the feast ready?" Duke Grimsby managed to ask, his voice a low, raspy croak, surprisingly loud in the echoing hall. Chef Ragnar, emerging from the kitchens, wiped a flour-dusted hand across his brow. "Ready, sire," he mumbled, stifling a yawn so profound it made his entire body shudder. "The boar is roasted, the geese plump, the bread warm. All is prepared for the celebration." He spoke as if delivering a eulogy, rather than announcing a celebratory meal. The Duke looked around the hall. A few score of his most senior officers and a handful of exhausted, hand-picked soldiers were present, but they were not bustling with anticipation. They were slumped in their seats, leaning against walls, some even openly dozing at the tables. Their faces illuminated by the flickering torchlight, their snores adding to the castle's pervasive quiet. The collective hum of somnolent slumber, distant yet undeniable, seemed to seep through the very stones, a continuous, hypnotic bass note to the smaller, more individual snores within the hall. "Summon the men," Duke Grimsby commanded, though his words felt heavy, disconnected. "Let them come and partake. This is a feast of victory." A junior officer, Private Benwick, who had bravely poked Sir Reginald's boot earlier, was dispatched. He stumbled out of the great hall, navigating the shadowy corridors, tasked with rousing the castle's occupying force. He found soldiers at their posts, their heads resting on their shields, their spears discarded. He found them in the armory, curled up amidst the weapons. He found them in the guard towers, slumped over their sentry points. Each one, when gently nudged, would stir with a low grunt, perhaps a brief, bewildered blink, before their eyes would glaze over once more. their bodies sagging back into the irresistible embrace of sleep. "Feast," Benwick would whisper, his voice growing fainter with each unsuccessful attempt. "Feast in the great hall, by order of the Duke." But the word feast seemed to register only as a particularly pleasant dream, a fleeting image of roasted meats that quickly dissolved into the deeper currents of slumber. He found himself yawning repeatedly, his own eyelids growing impossibly heavy. The very act of nudging and whispering was exhausting. He eventually returned to the great hall, his face pale with fatigue and profound bewilderment. "Sire," he reported, his voice barely a whisper, They are all asleep, sire. Every last one. I could not wake them. They simply returned to their dreams." He then stifled a prodigious yawn, his knees buckling slightly, before he too slumped into a nearby chair, his head finding a comfortable resting place against the oak table. He was asleep before his head fully settled. Duke Grimsby looked at his general, his captains, his few remaining awake officers. They were all fighting it, but the battle was clearly being lost. Commander Varus, who had prided himself on his unwavering vigilance, was now leaning precariously to one side, his open hand slowly sliding down the smooth surface of his breastplate, his head drooping like a wilting flower. Captain Thorne, rigid as a statue, let out a sudden explosive snort, his head snapping up for a moment, his eyes wide with a fleeting terror, before he sagged back against the fireplace, a soft snore escaping his lips. The great hall, designed for grand celebrations, now felt like a very peculiar, very exclusive dormitory. The warm aromas of the feast, meant to entice and invigorate, seemed only to deepen the pervasive drowsiness, a rich, comforting perfume that promised contentment and oblivion. The Duke looked at the roasted boar, its skin glistening under the torchlight, its promise of succor tantalizing. He reached for a carving knife, his fingers feeling thick and clumsy. The idea of carving, of eating, of celebrating, felt like an insurmountable chore. He tried to lift a goblet of ale to his lips, but his arm felt leaden, impossibly heavy. The goblet trembled, then tilted, and a slow, amber stream of ale spilled onto the polished table, soaking into the wood with a faint, almost apologetic sigh. He watched it, utterly devoid of the energy to retrieve it. His own eyes, the famously piercing blue eyes of the Iron Duke, now felt as if they were lined with velvet, constantly seeking to close. The words of his dispatch to the capital, which he had struggled to write earlier, now seemed to mock him from the depths of his own weary mind. Glorious, bloodless victory. Yes, bloodless. Because everyone was asleep. His strategic value undetermined. Because they were all still asleep. He felt a profound sense of absurd defeat, not at the hands of an enemy army, but at the hands of a town too lazy to even care about being conquered. His grand strategy had led him here to a silent, empty feast, surrounded by his own sleeping soldiers, in a castle whose drawbridge lay welcomingly down. A particularly loud snore erupted from Commander Varus, who had finally succumbed, sliding gently from his seat to curl up on the stone floor, his body forming an oddly comfortable-looking heap. Duke Grimsby watched him, then looked at his own untouched plate, the cooling roasted boar, the warm bread. The very thought of eating felt like an effort beyond his current capacity. The pervasive hum of Somnolent, the distant snores of the townsfolk, the closer, more immediate snores of his own men, it was a relentless, soothing chorus. He felt his head begin to nod. He fought it, clenching his jaw, digging his nails into his palms. But it was a gentle, inexorable tide, pulling him deeper, promising a peace he had not known since childhood. He imagined himself, the great Duke Grimsby, slumping onto the feast table, his face pillowed by a roast goose, his own snores joining the vast symphony. The thought, once mortifying, now felt oddly, profoundly appealing. There was no one left to impress, No one left to conquer, no one left to even acknowledge his existence in this vast, sleepy realm. His eyes closed. His chin dropped to his chest. The quill, still clutched in his weary fingers, slipped, landing softly on the map before him, its tip marking a small, inky dot on the valley of Somnolent. A faint, almost imperceptible snore escaped his lips, a small, tentative note in the great, unfolding Lullaby. The last of the vigilant had fallen. The midnight feast, so meticulously prepared, remained untouched, a tableau of culinary abundance for an army, and a town utterly lost to the deep, pervasive embrace of slumber. Somnolent had not fought back with steel or fire. It had simply, profoundly, lulled its invaders to sleep, turning a conquest into the quietest, most ironic slumber party in history. Chapter 14. The morning after, a shared confusion, the first pale tendrils of dawn crept over the gentle hills surrounding Somnolent, painting the sky in hues of soft gray and faint rose. It was a dawn unlike any other the valley had known. For its light did not merely usher in a new day. It seemed to carry with it a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the very atmosphere. The pervasive, heavy essence of slumber that had cloaked Somnolent in its profound embrace throughout the long night began, ever so slowly, to recede like a tide gently pulling back from the shore. It did not vanish entirely, for the ingrained drowsiness of Somnolent was as much a part of its being as its ancient stones, but its suffocating density lessened, allowing for a faint, almost hesitant stir of consciousness. Within the castle's great hall, Duke Grimsby, a man who rarely knew a moment of unstrategic rest, stirred with a profound groan. His head, which had rested unceremoniously upon a roasted goose, felt strangely heavy, and his neck protested with a dull ache. He blinked, his famously sharp blue eyes, now bloodshot and heavy-lidded, struggling to focus on the unfamiliar, still dim surroundings. The grand hall, usually a symbol of his power and ambition, was a chaotic tableau of slumber. Soldiers lay sprawled across tables, curled under benches, or simply slumped where they had fallen, their armor glinting dully in the nascent light. Sergeant Gorban was still tucked comfortably beneath the oak table, snoring faintly, while Commander Varus lay in an ungainly heap on the stone floor, his face obscured by his helmet, a faint snore escaping his lips. Chef Ragnar was draped over a carving station, a ladle clutched loosely in his hand. The untouched feast, a testament to their peculiar conquest, lay cooling on the tables, a silent, mocking reminder of the night's bizarre events. A wave of bewildering memories washed over the Duke. The open gate, the silent town, the absurd tiptoeing, the relentless, insidious pull of sleep. He had fallen asleep. The Iron Duke, the conqueror, had succumbed. A flush of mortification, quickly followed by a weary, almost humorous exasperation, spread across his face. He pushed himself upright, his muscles protesting, the movement surprisingly loud in the lingering quiet. He looked at his hand, which still bore the faint, greasy residue of goose fat. This was not how a victory was supposed to feel. This was a hangover, but without the revelry. Outside the castle walls, a similar, slow awakening unfolded across the town. Master Bartholomew the baker groaned softly, his head lifting from his dough pillow. He blinked, his flour-dusted face crinkling in confusion. He was in his bakery, yes, but why was he slumped over the kneading trough? And why was there a faint, sweet stickiness on his cheek? He touched it, then tasted it. Honey, Totöksen. He sniffed, then looked around. The empty cooling tray, the missing braided loaves. A mild frown creased his brow. Had he dreamt of particularly diligent midnight mice? He yawned, a wide, luxurious stretch, feeling surprisingly well-rested, if a little bewildered by the disarray. In the blacksmith's shop, old Gorok stirred atop his anvil. He let out a booming, almost seismic yawn, a sound that reverberated through the iron, making his head vibrate slightly. He rubbed his eyes, his calloused fingers gritty with sleep. Why was he on the anvil? And where had his hammer gone? He reached for it, then found himself brushing against something cold and metallic. His eyes, still bleary, focused on the glint of steel. A longsword, clearly not his own, was leaning against a nearby post. He picked it up, feeling its unfamiliar weight, its keen edge. He grunted, a sound of mild perplexity. A stray sword. He must have had a particularly vivid dream of knights and squires. He yawned again, the mystery already dissolving into the familiar somnolent haze. At the main gate, Master Elara, the gatekeeper, stirred, his head lifting from the massive lever. He blinked, feeling surprisingly refreshed. Had he closed the gate last night? He peered out. It was wide open. He blinked again. Well, that was unlike him. Or perhaps it was exactly like him. He simply shrugged, a slow, languid gesture, and began the laborious process of attempting to pull the gate closed, already anticipating the midday nap he would surely need after such strenuous effort. Across the valley, the townsfolk emerged from their homes, their yawns rippling through the morning air like a gentle, sleepy wave. Farmer Giles found himself curled up beside his favorite ox in the pasture, its warm flank a surprisingly comfortable pillow. The milkmaid was still leaning against the stone wall, her pail overturned, a small puddle of milk slowly seeping into the earth. The children by the village well uncurled from their piles, rubbing sleep from their eyes, their wooden toys still forgotten beside them. None seemed to notice the armed soldiers who were now stirring with equal bewilderment in their midst. For the soldiers themselves, the awakening was a symphony of aches and dawning, embarrassing realizations. Private Silas awoke by the well, his spear now firmly upright, but his back stiff, his head throbbing. He stared at the well, then at his spear, then at the cheerfully yawning milkmaid, who seemed utterly oblivious to his presence. He felt a profound sense of having missed something important, a battle perhaps, or at least a skirmish. But all he recalled was the overwhelming urge to simply rest. Captain Thorne, stiff and disoriented, pushed himself off the bakery door. He looked at his reflection in a small, grimy window pane, his helmet askew, his face creased with sleep, a faint smudge of what looked suspiciously like honey on his chin. He straightened his armor, trying to regain his professional composure. His men, emerging from their various sleeping spots throughout the town, looked equally disheveled and bewildered, their weapons still clutched or awkwardly placed or simply abandoned. They were conquerors who looked very much like they had been conquered by a particularly potent sedative. The first direct encounters were tentative, utterly devoid of the expected clash of cultures. A somnolent farmer, stretching prodigiously as he emerged from his cottage, spotted a soldier leaning against his fence, rubbing his eyes. The farmer, without a second thought, simply offered a small, sleepy nod. The soldier, Private Garrow, whose stomach still felt delightfully full of Master Bartholomew's bread, returned the nod, a faint, almost apologetic smile touching his lips. There was no fear, no hostility, only a shared, profound confusion. In the market square, a merchant, whacking up amidst his strewn wares, blinked at the sight of a cluster of soldiers stirring nearby. He yawned, then mumbled, "Good morning. Did the rain stop?" One of the soldiers, who had been trying to remember if he'd dreamt of particularly fluffy sheep, simply stared blankly, utterly unsure how to respond to a civilian who seemed to believe they were merely having a pleasant morning chat. Duke Grimsby, having finally made his way out of the castle, now stood on the raised platform overlooking the town. He saw his army, a scattered array of confused, groggy soldiers, mingling with a population of equally confused, but remarkably well-rested townsfolk. There was no panic, no shouts of alarm, no gathering of a desperate militia. There was only the gentle murmur of a town slowly coming to life, punctuated by the persistent, soft sounds of collective yawning. The air, though lighter, still held a faint, sweet promise of further rest. He saw Master Bartholomew emerge from his bakery, stretching his arms high, then pausing to look at the wide-open castle gate, a faint frown on his brow. He saw old Gorok, holding the strange longsword, slowly making his way towards the town well, presumably for a morning drink. He saw Mayor Mildew emerge from the town hall, his face etched with familiar sleepy lines, pausing to pat the head of a rather bewildered-looking soldier who had been slumped against the town hall door. No one was fighting. No one was panicking. No one, it seemed, even realized they had been invaded. They were simply waking up, a little confused as to their precise location, mildly surprised by the presence of so many unusually tired-looking strangers in armor, but otherwise perfectly content. The Duke watched them, a profound, almost cosmic weariness settling over him. His grand invasion, his meticulous plan, his very concept of military might, had been utterly and completely disarmed, not by force, but by the overwhelming, unyielding, and profoundly ironic power of Somnolent's slumber. He had conquered the town. Yes, but the town had, in turn, conquered his army, turning them into a vast, bewildered, and very sleepy occupying force. He cleared his throat, a deep rumbling sound that seemed to shatter the gentle morning quiet. He had to address his troops, had to address the town. But what would he say? "Good morning, Somnolent. We invaded you last night, but we all fell asleep, so now we're just here." The absurdity of it was almost too much to bear. He felt a familiar tickle at the back of his throat, a prelude to a yawn. He stifled it, rigidly clenching his jaw. But he knew, with a dawning weary certainty, that the true battle for Somnolent was not over. It had merely shifted from a military conquest to a much more subtle, much more persistent, and infinitely more ironic struggle against the very essence of profound and pervasive rest. The morning sun rose higher, casting long shadows over a town and an army, both utterly bewildered by a night they had entirely collectively slept through. Chapter 15. The peace treaty signed in Yawns, the sun, having patiently climbed over the eastern hills, cast its first golden rays upon Somnolent, banishing the inky shadows of night, and revealing the full, bewildering tableau of the morning after. And with that gentle awakening of the sky came a simultaneous collective stirring within the town. It was not the abrupt jolt of an alarm, nor the frantic shouts of a panicked populace, but a slow, reluctant unfurling, like 1,000 petals opening to the light, each one stretching, sighing, and rubbing its eyes. From the cobbled streets to the highest castle ramparts, the deep, pervasive symphony of snores began to thin, replaced by a new, equally profound chorus, the long, drawn-out yawns of a town, and an army waking into shared, profound confusion. Duke Grimsby, the Iron Duke, found himself slumped over the great oak table in the castle's main hall, his head pillowed by the cold, forgotten map of Somnolent. An inky smudge marred his cheek where his quill had landed. His armor, once gleaming, felt like an oppressive weight, and his body ached with a fatigue deeper than any he had ever known. He woke not with a start, but with a slow, agonizing groan that seemed to emanate from his very bones. His eyes fluttered open, blinking against the pale morning light, and he found himself staring at the untouched feast from the previous night. Its roasted boar now cold and congealed, its bread stale. The absurdity of it all hit him with the dull thud of a particularly soft mallet. He had fallen asleep. He, the great Duke Grimsby, had succumbed to the very peacefulness he had sought to shatter. Around him his most trusted officers were similarly stirring. Sergeant Gorban, who had slid from his chair to curl up on the stone floor, let out a particularly robust snore before his eyes slowly, painfully, opened. Commander Varus, still a heap on the floor, stretched an arm out, groaning as if burdened by invisible weights, then slowly, agonizingly pushed himself upright, his face a mask of profound weariness. Captain Thorne, who had remained stubbornly upright against the fireplace, was now unmistakably slumped, his head nodding in the last throes of deep sleep, his breathing a steady, rhythmic snore that seemed to protest the very concept of awakening. "What happened?" Varus mumbled, his voice thick with sleep, his eyes darting around the silent hall, taking in the scene of his own men, scattered like discarded puppets, many still deeply asleep in various undignified poses. We fell asleep," Duke Grimsby managed, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. The ignominy was almost unbearable. His invincible army, lulled into submission not by force of arms, but by the very air of the town. Outside the castle, the town of Somnolent was also reluctantly stirring. Master Bartholomew, the baker, groaned, his face peeling itself from the soft, unbaked loaf that had served as his pillow. He rubbed his eyes, felt the faint stickiness of honey on his cheek, a lingering mystery from the previous night, and blinked in confusion at the sight of a soldier's boot prints near his cooling racks. But the confusion was quickly replaced by an overwhelming desire to stretch, and then, inevitably, a yawn that seemed to stretch his entire being. Old Gorok, the blacksmith, shifted on his anvil, his body protesting the hard surface, and a single, metallic clank echoed through his shop as his discarded leather pillow fell to the floor. He grumbled, a low, rumbling sound, before slowly, laboriously disentangling himself from his improbable perch. In the market square, merchants began to stir amongst their wares, their faces creased from lying on baskets or against barrels. Farmer Giles, waking beside his half-tilled furrow, stretched with a long drawn-out groan, wondering vaguely if he had finished his morning ploughing or merely dreamt of it. Master Elara, the gatekeeper, woke with a peculiar crick in his neck, his head still resting against the massive lever of the gate, which now stood wide open, a silent testament to his profound slumber. He blinked, stared at the open gate, and then, his eyes still heavy, simply sighed and leaned back, a profound weariness settling upon him again. The initial encounters between the slowly waking townsfolk and the equally groggy invaders were marked by a shared bewilderment rather than hostility. A soldier, still half asleep, stumbled out of a cottage, bumping into a farmer who was just emerging from his own home. Instead of a clash, there was merely a mutual, confused grunt, followed by a shared, cavernous yawn. The soldier, still clutching his sword loosely, looked at the farmer, then at his weapon, then back at the farmer, as if wondering which one was more real. The farmer, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, merely adjusted his hat and walked past, too tired to register the armed man standing in his way. Duke Grimsby, having finally forced himself to his feet, made his way, stiffly and awkwardly, out into the castle courtyard. He found his army, in a state of disarray, scattered about in various stages of awakening, many still lost in sleep, their weapons lying abandoned beside them. Those who were awake moved slowly, rubbing their eyes, their faces etched with a profound, almost spiritual exhaustion. He looked down into the town, seeing the same slow, reluctant awakening. The sheer, unyielding power of somnolent sleep was undeniable. Varus, Thorne, Duke Grimsby rasped, his voice raw with fatigue. Gather the men. What in the blazes do we do? Commander Varus, staggering to the Duke's side, stifled a yawn. Sire, we are incapacitated. My men can barely lift their swords. They have fought no battle, yet they are more exhausted than after a week's campaign. Captain Thorne arrived, his movements slow and deliberate, a faint snore still seeming to cling to his words. The town, sire, appears to be waking, but they are as bewildered as we are. No resistance, only tired faces, He paused, then yawned, a wide, shuddering inhalation. I believe, sire, that any further hostilities would be unfeasible. Unfeasible. The word resonated with a peculiar truth. The very thought of rousing his exhausted men for a fight felt like an insurmountable chore. And against whom? A populace whose most potent weapon was a yawn. Meanwhile, in the town square, Mayor Mildew, having been gently nudged awake by Griselda, the herbalist, was presiding over his own council of bewilderment. He sat on a surprisingly comfortable pile of market blankets, still rubbing his jowls. An invasion, you say? He mumbled, his words thick with sleep. And they are still here? Griselda, surprisingly coherent, but still profoundly tired, nodded. Indeed. And I thought oisti. And they appear to be as utterly exhausted as we are. More so, perhaps, given their lack of preparation for somnolence, natural disposition. A grizzled old farmer, waking from a nap against a fruit stall, chimed in. They look worn out, Mayor. The big one, in the shiny armor. He looks like he hasn't slept in a month of Sundays. He then yawned prodigiously, his eyes watering. The true problem became apparent to both sides simultaneously. Neither army could fight, and neither town could defend. The invading army was too tired to conquer, and the conquered populace was too tired to resist. Hostilities were not ceased by a parley, but by a pervasive, shared, and utterly overwhelming exhaustion. Duke Grimsby, observing the sluggish movements of his own men and the equally languid stirrings of the townsfolk, finally came to a profound realization. There would be no glory in this conquest, no lasting tribute gained through force, not when the very act of exerting force felt like swimming through treacle. He strode towards the town square, his armor clanking softly, a sound that now seemed incongruous with the pervasive quiet. Mayor Mildew, seeing the imposing figure approach, slowly pushed himself to his feet, his posture still curved with residual sleep. The townsfolk, now fully awake but immensely weary, watched with heavy-lidded eyes. Mayor Mildew, Duke Grimsby called out, his voice a low growl, strained by fatigue. I am Duke Grimsby. Your town, it is mine. He punctuated this with a deep, shuddering yawn that caused his entire body to sag. Mayor Mildew blinked slowly. Ah, yes, Duke, he replied, his own yawn a soft, almost polite counterpoint. We gathered as much. A rather quiet arrival, if I may say so. Grimsby stared at him, a flicker of his old sternness returning, quickly overshadowed by a wave of crushing weariness. We are exhausted. Your town, it has a peculiar quality. He waved a hand vaguely, encompassing the entire valley. My men, they are useless. Your people are also useless. He stifled another yawn, his eyes watering. Mayor Mildew nodded sagely. It's the air, you see, Duke. Very soothing. He then offered a small, almost apologetic smile. Perhaps we could discuss this later? After a bit more rest. He gestured towards a particularly inviting patch of sunlight. The absurdity of the situation reached its peak. The fearsome Duke Grimsby, the conqueror of lands, stood before the perpetually drowsy mayor of Somnolent, neither truly victorious nor truly defeated, but both utterly, irrevocably bone-weary. A truce, Duke Grimsby declared, the words coming out as a strained croak. For the sake of sanity and rest. No more hostilities. No more waking each other up. He slumped slightly, bracing himself against a stone pillar. Mayor Mildew's eyes widened slightly. A rare flicker of something akin to genuine understanding. A truce, he murmured. Yes, a truce sounds eminently sensible, and very restful. He nodded vigorously, almost losing his balance. We could sign something? He offered. already contemplating the comfort of his council chambers. The peace treaty of Somnolent was not drafted with the usual legalistic precision or the fiery rhetoric of a war's end. It was scrawled on a piece of parchment found in the town scrivener's satchel, hastily retrieved from beneath his still sleeping form. Master Quill, when roused, could barely hold his own quill, his hand trembling with fatigue. The terms were impossibly vague, boiled down to the absolute essentials of avoiding further exertion. All parties agree to cease all activity. Hostilities shall be paused. Until later. The most important clause, implicitly understood by all, was the agreement to allow everyone, soldier and civilian alike, to fall back into a deep, uninterrupted slumber. Duke Grimsby, his eyes half closed, managed to scrawl his signature, a jagged, almost illegible line that trailed off into a wavy flourish, as if his hand had drifted off mid-stroke. Mayor Mildew, clutching the quill with both hands, took a deep breath, and then, with a profound, earth-shattering yawn, managed to dot his name with a blob of ink that looked more like a small, sleepy beetle. Other council members, awakened only long enough to witness the signing, managed equally artistic, drowsy scrawls. Commander Varus, standing beside the Duke, merely nodded off, his head thudding softly against the stone wall. Captain Thorne, still swaying, offered a single, barely audible snore in lieu of a signature. The peace treaty signed in Yawns. It was a document born not of political maneuvering or military might, but of shared, profound, and utterly overwhelming exhaustion. The invasion of Somnolent, a planned act of conquest, had concluded not with a bang, but with a series of long, drawn-out sighs and a collective undeniable desire for a very long nap. Duke Grimsby, the formidable conqueror, had been subtly, comically, and profoundly defeated by the very peace he had sought to disrupt. And as the ink dried on the peculiar treaty, the town of Somnolent, its invaders and its inhabitants alike, slowly, inevitably, began to drift back into the gentle, pervasive embrace of slumber, leaving the morning sun to illuminate the silent, absurd tableau of their unintentional truce. The greatest battle had been fought against wakefulness, and in Somnolent, wakefulness had clearly lost. Chapter 16. The legend of the sleeping Conquest. The sun, having patiently climbed over the eastern hills, cast its first golden rays upon Somnolent, banishing the inky shadows of night and revealing the full, bewildering tableau of the morning after. And with that gentle awakening of the sky came a simultaneous, collective stirring within the town. It was not the abrupt jolt of an alarm, nor the frantic shouts of a panicked populace, but a slow, reluctant unfurling, like 1,000 petals opening to the light, each one stretching, sighing, and rubbing its eyes. From the cobbled streets to the highest castle ramparts, the deep, pervasive symphony of snores began to thin, replaced by a new, equally profound chorus, the long, drawn-out yawns of a town, and an army waking into shared, profound confusion. Duke Grimsby, the Iron Duke, found himself slumped over the great oak table in the castle's main hall, his head pillowed by the cold, forgotten map of Somnolent. An inky smudge marred his cheek where his quill had landed. His armor, once gleaming, felt like an oppressive weight, and his body ached with a fatigue deeper than any he had ever known. He woke not with a start, but with a slow, agonizing groan that seemed to emanate from his very bones. His eyes fluttered open, blinking against the pale morning light, and he found himself staring at the untouched feast from the previous night. Its roasted boar now cold and congealed, its bread stale. The absurdity of it all hit him with the dull thud of a particularly soft mallet. He had fallen asleep. He, the great Duke Grimsby, had succumbed to the very peacefulness he had sought to shatter. Around him, his most trusted officers were similarly stirring. Sergeant Gorban, who had slid from his chair to curl up on the stone floor, let out a particularly robust snore before his eyes slowly, painfully, opened. Commander Varus, still a heap on the floor, stretched an arm out, groaning as if burdened by invisible weights. Then slowly, agonizingly, pushed himself upright, his face a mask of profound weariness. Captain Thorne, who had remained stubbornly upright against the fireplace, was now unmistakably slumped, his head nodding in the last throes of deep sleep, his breathing a steady, rhythmic snore that seemed to protest the very concept of awakening. "What happened?" Varus mumbled, his voice thick with sleep, his eyes darting around the silent hall, taking in the scene of his own men, scattered like discarded puppets, many still deeply asleep in various undignified poses. Viva fell asleep, Duke Grimsby managed, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. The ignominy was almost unbearable. His invincible army, lulled into submission not by force of arms, but by the very air of the town. Outside the castle, the town of Somnolent was also reluctantly stirring. Master Bartholomew the baker groaned, his face peeling itself from the soft unbaked loaf that had served as his pillow. He rubbed his eyes, felt the faint stickiness of honey on his cheek, a lingering mystery from the previous night, and blinked in confusion at the sight of a soldier's boot prints near his cooling racks. But the confusion was quickly replaced by an overwhelming desire to stretch, and then, inevitably, a yawn that seemed to stretch his entire being. Old Durok, the blacksmith, shifted on his anvil, his body protesting the hard surface, and a single metallic clank echoed through his shop as his discarded leather pillow fell to the floor. He grumbled, a low rumbling sound, before slowly, laboriously disentangling himself from his improbable perch. In the market square, merchants began to stir amongst their wares, their faces creased from lying on baskets or against barrels. Farmer Giles, waking beside his half-tilled furrow, stretched with a long, drawn-out groan, wondering vaguely if he had finished his morning ploughing or merely dreamt of it. Master Elara, the gatekeeper, woke with a peculiar crick in his neck, his head still resting against the massive lever of the gate, which now stood wide open, a silent testament to his profound slumber. He blinked, stared at the open gate, and then, his eyes still heavy, simply sighed and leaned back, a profound weariness settling upon him again. The initial encounters between the slowly waking townsfolk and the equally groggy invaders were marked by a shared bewilderment rather than hostility. A soldier, still half asleep, stumbled out of a cottage, bumping into a farmer who was just emerging from his own home. Instead of a clash, there was merely a mutual, confused grunt, followed by a shared, cavernous yawn. The soldier, still clutching his sword loosely, looked at the farmer, then at his weapon, then back at the farmer, as if wondering which one was more real. The farmer, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, merely adjusted his hat and walked past, too tired to register the armed man standing in his way. Duke Grimsby, having finally forced himself to his feet, made his way, stiffly and awkwardly, out into the castle courtyard. He found his army in a state of disarray, scattered about in various stages of awakening, many still lost in sleep, their weapons lying abandoned beside them. Those who were awake moved slowly, rubbing their eyes, their faces etched with a profound, almost spiritual exhaustion. He looked down into the town, seeing the same slow, reluctant awakening. The sheer, unyielding power of somnolence sleep was undeniable. Varus, Thorne, Duke Grimsby rasped, his voice raw with fatigue. Gather the men. What in the blazes do we do? Commander Varus, staggering to the Duke's side, stifled a yawn. Sire, we are incapacitated. My men can barely lift their swords. They have fought no battle, yet they are more exhausted than after a week's campaign. Captain Thorne arrived, his movements slow and deliberate, a faint snore still seeming to cling to his words. The town, sire, appears to be waking, but they are as bewildered as we are. No resistance, only tired faces. He paused, then yawned. a wide, shuddering inhalation. "I believe, sire, that any further hostilities would be unfeasible." Unfeasible. The word resonated with a peculiar truth. The very thought of rousing his exhausted men for a fight felt like an insurmountable chore. And against whom? A populace whose most potent weapon was a yawn? Meanwhile, in the town square, Mayor Mildew, having been gently nudged awake by Griselda the herbalist, was presiding over his own council of bewilderment. He sat on a surprisingly comfortable pile of market blankets, still rubbing his jowls. "An invasion, you say?" he mumbled, his words thick with sleep. "And they are still here?" Griselda, surprisingly coherent but still profoundly tired, nodded. "Indeed. Mayor Tortont. And they appear to be as utterly exhausted as we are. More so, perhaps, given their lack of preparation for Somnolent's natural disposition." A grizzled old farmer, waking from a nap against a fruit stall, chimed in. "They look worn out, Mayor." The big one in the shiny armor. "He looks like he hasn't slept in a month of Sundays." He then yawned prodigiously, his eyes watering. The true problem became apparent to both sides simultaneously. Neither army could fight, and neither town could defend. The invading army was too tired to conquer, and the conquered populace was too tired to resist. Hostilities were not ceased by a parley, but by a pervasive, shared, and utterly overwhelming exhaustion. Duke Grimsby, observing the sluggish movements of his own men, and the equally languid stirrings of the townsfolk, finally came to a profound realization. There would be no glory in this conquest, no lasting tribute gained through force. Not when the very act of exerting force felt like swimming through treacle. He strode towards the town square, his armor clanking softly, a sound that now seemed incongruous with the pervasive quiet. Mayor Mildew, seeing the imposing figure approach, slowly pushed himself to his feet, his posture still curved with residual sleep. The townsfolk, now fully awake but immensely weary, watched with heavy-lidded eyes. "Mayor Mildew," Duke Grimsby called out, his voice a low growl strained by fatigue. "Your townet is mine." He punctuated this with a deep, shuddering yawn that caused his entire body to sag. Mayor Mildew blinked slowly. "Ah, yes, Duke," he replied, his own yawn a soft, almost polite counterpoint. "We've gathered as much. A rather quiet arrival, if I may say so." Grimsby stared at him, a flicker of his old sternness returning, quickly overshadowed by a wave of crushing weariness. "We are exhausted. Your townet has a peculiar quality." He waved a hand vaguely, encompassing the entire valley. "My men, they are useless. Your people are also useless." He stifled another yawn, his eyes watering. Mayor Mildew nodded sagely. "It's the air, you see, Duke. Very soothing." He then offered a small, almost apologetic smile. Perhaps we could discuss this later? After a bit more rest?" He gestured towards a particularly inviting patch of sunlight. The absurdity of the situation reached its peak. The fearsome Duke Grimsby, the conqueror of lands, stood before the perpetually drowsy mayor of Somnolent, neither truly victorious nor truly defeated, but both utterly, irrevocably, bone-weary. "A truce," Duke Grimsby declared, the words coming out as a strained croak. "For the sake of sanity and rest. No more hostilities. No more waking each other up." He slumped slightly, bracing himself against a stone pillar. Mayor Mildew's eyes widened slightly, a rare flicker of something akin to genuine understanding. "A truce?" he murmured. Yes, a truce sounds eminently sensible. And very restful." He nodded vigorously, almost losing his balance. "We could sign something," he offered, already contemplating the comfort of his council chambers. The peace treaty of Somnolent was not drafted with the usual legalistic precision or the fiery rhetoric of a war's end. It was scrawled on a piece of parchment found in the town scrivener's satchel, hastily retrieved from beneath his still sleeping form. Master Quill, when roused, could barely hold his own quill, his hand trembling with fatigue. The terms were impossibly vague, boiled down to the absolute essentials of avoiding further exertion. All parties agree to cease all activity. Hostilities shall be paused. Until later. The most important clause, implicitly understood by all. Thus the agreement to allow everyone, soldier and civilian alike, to fall back into a deep, uninterrupted slumber. Duke Grimsby, his eyes half closed, managed to scrawl his signature, a jagged, almost illegible line that trailed off into a wavy flourish, as if his hand had drifted off mid-stroke. Mayor Mildew, clutching the quill with both hands, took a deep breath, and then, with a profound, earth-shattering yawn, managed to dot his name with a blob of ink that looked more like a small, sleepy beetle. Other council members, awakened only long enough to witness the signing, managed equally artistic, drowsy scrawls. Commander Varus, standing beside the Duke, merely nodded off, his head thudding softly against the stone wall. Captain Thorne, still swaying, offered a single barely audible snore in lieu of a signature. The peace treaty, signed in Yawns. It was a document born not of political maneuvering or military might, but of shared, profound, and utterly overwhelming exhaustion. The invasion of Somnolent, a planned act of conquest, had concluded not with a bang, but with a series of long, drawn-out sighs and a collective, undeniable desire for a very long nap. Duke Grimsby, the formidable conqueror, had been subtly, comically, and profoundly defeated by the very peace he had sought to disrupt. And as the ink dried on the peculiar treaty, the town of Somnolent, its invaders and its inhabitants alike, slowly, inevitably, began to drift back into the gentle, pervasive embrace of slumber, leaving the morning sun to illuminate the silent, absurd tableau of their unintentional truce. The greatest battle had been fought against wakefulness, and in Somnolent wakefulness had clearly lost. The Duke and his army, their mission inexplicably complete, yet feeling profoundly unfinished, retreated from Somnolent. It was less a strategic withdrawal and more a slow, shambling exodus. Soldiers, still plagued by persistent yawns and leaden limbs, half carried their more deeply slumbering comrades, their war horses. Themselves affected by the somnolent air, moved at a pace that suggested a pleasant trot through a dreamscape rather than a tactical maneuver. As they crested the final hill, Duke Grimsby turned back for one last look at the valley. Somnolent lay bathed in the soft morning light, a picture of perfect tranquility, a faint hum of collective snores rising on the gentle breeze. He saw no banners of surrender, no signs of tribute, only chimney smoke curling lazily into the sky, and laundry swaying gently on lines. His grand conquest had ended not in glory, but in a shared nap. The entire affair, he knew, would be an indelible, bewildering stain upon his military record, a whispered joke in the courts of his rivals. He was a conqueror who had been conquered by a yawn. Back in Somnolent, the tale of the sleeping conquest quickly became the defining legend of the town, passed down from generation to generation, not through fervent declarations or dramatic reenactments, but through drowsy murmurs during long, quiet evenings. It was a story told in fragmented recollections and sleepy exaggerations, often interspersed with long silences as the storyteller or listener drifted off for a moment. Master Quill, the town scrivener, in one of his rare moments of extended wakefulness, attempted to transcribe the events, but his script frequently dissolved into wobbly lines and accidental ink blots where his head had nodded off. The peace treaty signed in Yawns became a revered, if mostly illegible, artifact, displayed behind a velvet rope in the nearly always empty town hall, a testament to the town's peculiar victory. The legend sparked an enduring gentle debate among the somnolent townsfolk. Was it a miracle? Griselda the herbalist, now an ancient and venerable figure, argued vehemently for this interpretation. She posited that the unique essence of the valley, a blessing from ancient spirits, had manifested as a protective slumber, shielding its gentle inhabitants from the harsh realities of war without a single drop of blood. The valley embraced us, she would murmur, her voice raspy with age and a perpetual desire for a nap. And in doing so, it embraced our enemies too, turning their wrath into quiet dreams. It was a divine sleep, a heavenly shield. This view appealed to the more spiritual, those who sought a deeper meaning in somnolence' persistent drowsiness, seeing their collective lethargy not as a weakness, but as a unique, powerful, almost mystical defense. Pilgrims from distant lands, afflicted by chronic wakefulness, occasionally found their way to Somnolent, hoping to partake in its legendary somnolence and find respite, often falling asleep upon the very roads leading into the valley. Others, however, embraced the sheer absurdity of the event. The younger generation especially found it a source of quiet, ironic pride. Miracle, scoffed young Flynn, a carpenter's apprentice whose father had slept through the entire siege, leaning against his own workbench. It was just somnolent, wasn't it? We're so good at sleeping, we didn't even notice we were being invaded. And then, I caught it. This interpretation emphasized the inherent, unchangeable nature of somnolent, turning their defining characteristic into a comical superpower. It wasn't divine intervention. It was simply the inevitable outcome when a wide-awake, aggressive force encountered a town whose very existence was a masterclass in profound repose. They would chuckle softly during their midday dozes, envisioning Duke Grimsby and his grim-faced soldiers tiptoeing around their snoring ancestors. Over the centuries, the legend persisted, never fully resolved, always open to new interpretations. The castle of Somnolent, never truly fortified again, remained as it was left, its drawbridge often down, its gates ajar, its towers occasionally hosting a napping tourist who had come to experience the legendary somnolent air. The town continued its languid pace of life, its inhabitants forever balanced on the edge of slumber, knowing that their greatest defense lay not in walls of stone or strength of arms, but in the soft, irresistible embrace of the deepest, most pervasive sleep. The invasion of Somnolent, the sleepy Conquest, remained a peculiar footnote in the grand tapestry of history, a whispered tale that reminded everyone, in its soothing, ironic way, that sometimes the most effective resistance is no resistance at all, merely a profound, unwavering commitment to a really good nap. Chapter 17. The historian's frustrated notes, Professor Eldrin Finch, a man of precise habits and an unyielding dedication to historical veracity, arrived in Somnolent armed with a formidable array of quills, a fresh ream of parchment, a hefty volume on archival methodology, and a rather alarming quantity of potent, bitter tea leaves imported from the far eastern reaches of the known world. He was a scholar of no small renown from the bustling, perpetually awake city of Viridia, a place where the clamor of industry and the ceaseless debates of academia rarely allowed for a moment of quiet contemplation, let alone slumber. His mission, a self-appointed one, was to unravel the baffling enigma of the sleeping Conquest, a tale that had filtered through the various kingdoms in whispers of disbelief and wry amusement, casting a peculiar, almost comedic shadow upon the formidable reputation of Duke Grimsby. Professor Finch considered it his professional duty, indeed his academic crusade, to document this most unorthodox of historical events, to separate fact from folk tale, and to finally present a coherent, unsleepy account. He established his temporary study in a small, unused chamber within Somnolent Castle, a room with a single high window overlooking the valley. The room, like the rest of the castle, seemed imbued with a profound, almost spiritual quietude. The very air, even during the midday hours, held a gentle, insidious weight, a subtle perfume of ancient stone, undisturbed dust, and something indefinable, something akin to warm milk and distant, forgotten dreams. Professor Finch, a man utterly unaccustomed to such pervasive tranquility, found himself stifling his first yawn within minutes of setting up his desk. He frowned, attributing it to the long journey, then resolutely began sharpening his quills. The scraping sound a small, sharp protest against the encroaching silence. His first objective was to interview the surviving townsfolk, those whose memories might still hold fragments of that peculiar night. He started with Master Bartholomew, the baker. Professor Finch, with his neatly tied scrolls and meticulous questions, found Bartholomew slumped over a cooling rack, his flour-dusted face serene in slumber, a faint snore escaping his lips. When gently roused, the baker blinked slowly, his eyes heavy-lidded, and offered only a hazy recollection of a very sweet dream and unusually polite. Very hungry mice. He then yawned prodigiously, a cavernous, soul-stretching sound that caused Professor Finch's own jaw to ache in sympathetic weariness. The interview quickly dissolved into a series of long silences, punctuated by Bartholomew's persistent snores and the professor's increasingly desperate attempts to stay awake. Note on interview with Master Bartholomew. Subject extremely prone to ink blot, followed by a faint snore mark on parchment. Drowsiness. Recalled faint memory of honey, but details sparse. Unreliable. Must develop a strategy for combating the scribbled line. Descends rapidly. His second attempt was with old Gorok, the blacksmith. Professor Finch found him not on his anvil, but leaning against the entrance to his forge, apparently having fallen asleep mid-stride. Old Gorok, when finally roused, grumbled something about a cold morning for a knight's sword, and then, with a deep rumbling snore, leaned back against the iron door, effectively sealing himself in his forge of slumber. The professor, defeated, found himself feeling a strange, magnetic pull towards a surprisingly comfortable-looking pile of discarded leather scraps in the corner. He resisted, pinching himself sharply on the thigh, the brief sting a welcome anchor in the sea of somnolence. Next, he sought out Master Elara, the gatekeeper, whose role in the initial stages of the invasion was particularly intriguing. He found Elara by the main gate, which, as usual, stood slightly ajar. Elara was sitting on his customary stool, his head lolled to one side, a small, worn cushion tucked neatly under his chin. He twitched occasionally, murmuring softly in his sleep. Professor Finch observed him for a full 10 minutes, watching the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, the soft puffs of air escaping his lips. He noted the pervasive, almost visible haze of tranquility that seemed to cling to the gatekeeper like a second skin. He tried to rouse him, gently at first, then with increasing vigor, but Elara merely sighed deeply and contentedly, and burrowed further into his cushion. Observation, gatekeeper Elara. Unresponsive to verbal stimuli, or gentle quill slips, a long scratch across the page prodding. Appears to be in a state of profound. A tiny drawing of a sleeping sheep appears in the margin where unshakable slumber. Not conducive to A words become a blur of strokesing, the professor's most promising lead was the peace treaty signed in Yawns. He had heard whispers of this remarkable document, and with renewed determination sought out Master Quill, the town scrivener, to examine it. He found Master Quill in the town hall, precisely where Duke Grimsby's men had found him, slumped over his desk, his hand still clutching a quill, its tip submerged in a dried ink pot. The treaty itself, when finally located and unrolled, was a testament to the utter exhaustion of its signatory. Duke Grimsby's signature was a chaotic scribble, Mayor Mildew's a large inky blob that resembled a sleepy beetle, and the other names were largely indecipherable squiggles, frequently interrupted by accidental smudges or the faint, circular impression of a resting head. Professor Finch, meticulous as ever, attempted to decipher the treaty. He leaned close, his spectacles glinting in the dim light, tracing the faded ink with his finger. The words, "All parties agree to cease all activity. Hostilities shall be paused. Until later," were surprisingly clear. Yet the profound vagueness of the "until later" clause was a source of great academic frustration. He made a note. Unprecedented diplomatic language. Lacks precise, here pauses. A yawn escapes him, long and wide, causing his eyes to water. Temporal specification. He then leaned back, rubbing his eyes, feeling the insidious pull of the somnolent air, a gentle hand pushing down on his eyelids. He tried to fight it. He brewed his strong Eastern tea, its bitter aroma a harsh antidote to the valley's sweetness. He splashed cold water from the well onto his face, the shock momentarily rousing him, only for the drowsiness to creep back with renewed vigor, like a persistent shadow. He even tried the local herbalist, Griselda, who was herself prone to falling asleep mid-sentence when explaining her remedies, suggested invigorating tinctures, which, to his dismay, seemed only to enhance the sense of warm, fuzzy oblivion. His notes from this period became increasingly erratic, attempted to illegible wordle with tinctures. Result, profound, a doodle of a snoring duke. Euphoria followed by immediate onset of align trails, off into a long wavy stroking. He spent days, or what felt like days, in the castle's great hall, surrounded by the echoes of Duke Grimsby's accidental slumber. He walked the ramparts, studying the very spots where the invaders had found the Watchmen asleep. He even sat on the anvil in the blacksmith's shop, attempting to understand old Gorok's peculiar comfort, and found himself almost drifting off to sleep on the surprisingly cold, hard surface. The sensation was less uncomfortable than it was inviting. His research notes, meant to be a rigorous, dispassionate account, became a testament to his losing battle. His handwriting, usually crisp and precise, became increasingly slurred, the letters blurring into soft, indistinct shapes. Sentences would begin with fervent historical inquiry and end in a sleepy mumble. The strategic implications of an army rendered inert by ambient zinc blot, where his head hit the parchment. Environmental factors are profound. Duke Grimsby's tactical prowess was unparalleled, yet he was ultimately undone not by force, but by the sheer, unyielding faint snore is discernible on the paged Kaita legend of somnolent slumber, passed down through generations. Raises questions of local, unintelligible scrawly phenomenon versus deliberate smudge, where his hand dragged over the paper as he slumped. The town's defenses, including the castle's watchmen, were compromised not by overt attack, but by a collective inclination towards a very long dash, indicating a sudden pause and thought rest. Sir Reginald, captain of the guard, was found at the portcullis mechanism, clearly attempting to lower it, but succumbed to etherword ZZs written several times. Decreasing in Sis and Professor Finch's frustration grew with each unsuccessful attempt to remain fully conscious. He would often wake with a sudden jerk, his heart pounding, his quill having skittered across the parchment, leaving an unsightly trail. He tried to blame the ink, the quality of the parchment, even the insufficient lighting, but deep down he knew the truth. He, the great historian, was succumbing to the very force he was attempting to document. The irony was almost too heavy to bear, especially when he was trying so hard to stay awake to process it. He spent one particularly long afternoon trying to understand the Duke's final moments of wakefulness in the great hall. He sat in the Duke's very seat, a cold, uncomfortable throne. He spread a replica of the Duke's map before him. He even rested his own quill on the map, attempting to mimic the Duke's posture, hoping some historical empathy might grant him insight. The plan backfired spectacularly. Within minutes, the warm, comforting scent of the ancient oak table, combined with the lingering essence of 1,000 previous naps, caused his head to drop. His quill, held loosely, dipped onto the map, creating a small inky blob precisely over the region marked Somnolent Valley. He woke with a start, his neck protesting, a small weary sigh escaping his lips. The map was ruined, and he had learned nothing but the profound, inescapable comfort of Somnolent's embrace. His final notes, scrawled in a hand that was barely recognizable as his own, were a testament to his defeat. A conclusion. The sleeping conquest of Somnolent is not a matter of military strategy, but of atmospheric 8-8 bane stain of tea, as if he spilled it mid-doge influence. The town defends itself not with steel, but with hay trails off, the next word appearing much later, much smaller a slumber. A historian's task here is futile. The very act of study induces thought. Page ends with a final. Resolute yet sleepy, exists the phenomenon itself. I require a long parchment is blank thereafter, save for a faint indent where his quill finally gave up the fight date. Not Professor Finch eventually gave up his monumental task. He left Somnolent not with a meticulously documented tome, but with a collection of fragmented notes, many stained with ink blots and drool, and a pervasive, lingering weariness that seemed to cling to him for weeks after. He had failed to write the definitive history of the sleeping conquest, but in doing so, he had become an unwitting, living testament to its unique, irresistible power. He had sought to document sleep, and in turn, sleep had documented him, weaving his frustrated efforts into the silent, enduring legend of Somnolent, a town where even the most diligent scholar could not escape the gentle, profound invitation to rest. Chapter 18. Modern Somnolent. Still sleepy, still safe centuries drifted by as slowly and inevitably as a particularly lazy cloud across a summer sky. The grand castles of warlords rose and fell, empires waxed and waned, and the very fabric of society underwent profound transformations, from the clatter of horse-drawn carriages to the hum of flying machines. Yet, through it all, nestled in its unassuming valley, the town of Somnolent remained remarkably, profoundly, and inexplicably the same. The medieval walls had long since crumbled into picturesque ruins, overtaken by ivy and the quiet persistence of moss. The wooden drawbridge of the castle, now a permanent fixture, provided a perpetually open invitation to the curious. But the most enduring legacy was not in its architecture, nor in its historical records, which, as we know, were often lost to an accidental doze, but in the very essence of its people. The descendants of Master Bartholomew, Old Gorok, Mayor Mildew, and even the perpetually napping Master Elara, all exhibited the same uncanny, unwavering commitment to slumber. Modern Somnolent, though equipped with the trappings of the 21st century, bore an eerie resemblance to its medieval ancestor. The paved roads were remarkably smooth, largely because the road workers often found themselves napping beside their asphalt spreaders, allowing the material to settle undisturbed. Traffic lights, though installed, were largely decorative. Drivers, prone to nodding off at the wheel, preferred to navigate by the gentle sway of their own drowsiness, somehow avoiding collisions with an almost supernatural grace. The town boasted a high-speed internet connection, but download speeds were often prolonged due to technicians falling asleep mid-diagnostic, and users frequently drifted off before their pages fully loaded, leaving glowing screens to illuminate silent, dreaming faces. Take, for instance, young Elara, a direct descendant of the legendary gatekeeper. She worked as the town's chief librarian, a profession one might think suited to quiet contemplation. However, Elara's unique talent was her ability to fall asleep mid-sentence while reading aloud, her voice tapering off into a soft, melodic snore that many patrons found surprisingly soothing. The library itself had beanbag chairs instead of hard benches, and the soft lighting was carefully calibrated to avoid any jarring brightness. It was not uncommon to find several patrons, and indeed, Elara herself, lost in peaceful slumber amidst the stacks, their books open on their chests, their dreams no doubt filled with epic sagas or thrilling mysteries. The late fees, incidentally, were almost never collected, as the librarians tended to fall asleep before checking them. Then there was Bartholomew, a contemporary baker, inheriting not just the name but the profound sleepy gene of his ancestor. His bakery, Somnolent Sleepy Sweets, was renowned for its unbelievably soft bread and pastries. This was less a testament to his baking prowess and more to his tendency to nap directly on the rising dough, his body heat providing the perfect, consistent warmth for fermentation. Customers often found him draped over a counter, a flour-dusted cheek pressed against a tray of warm croissants, his snores a gentle, rhythmic hiss. They simply left their coins in a jar and took their chosen pastries, knowing better than to disturb his sacred slumber. The local health inspectors had given up trying to enforce hygiene regulations. They invariably succumbed to the pervasive drowsiness themselves during their inspections, often waking up hours later with flour in their hair and the distinct impression that the bakery had, somehow, cleaned itself. Even the modern equivalent of the town council, composed of equally sleepy individuals, continued the tradition of accidental governance. Their meetings, now conducted via video conference, frequently devolved into a silent gallery of frozen, dozing faces, punctuated by the occasional accidental click of a mouse as a head nodded off onto a trackpad. Decisions were still made by passive consensus, or by the persistent drone of the one or two counselors who managed to stay awake long enough to voice an opinion, often to find that everyone else had already drifted off. Laws were still drafted with a peculiar vagueness, and enforcement was generally lax, given the police department's tendency to fall asleep in their patrol cars, often with a half-eaten donut resting on their dashboard. Tourists, drawn by the legend of the sleeping Conquest, occasionally ventured into Somnolent. They came armed with strong coffee and an academic curiosity, eager to witness the phenomenon firsthand. They would arrive, initially wide-eyed and alert, taking photos of the quaint, quiet streets. But the somnolent air, as it had come to be known, a subtle, invisible force that had permeated the valley for centuries, rarely failed to work its magic. Within hours their excited chatter would quiet, their cameras would slip from their grasp, and they would find themselves leaning against a centuries-old wall, or simply sitting on a park bench, their eyelids growing heavy, their minds drifting into a profound restorative sleep they hadn't known in years. Many pilgrimaged to Somnolent not for its history, but for the guaranteed, deep sleep it offered, turning the town into an unwitting, perpetually quiet wellness retreat. They often left feeling remarkably refreshed, albeit vaguely unsure of how they had spent their time. Researchers, too, attempted to unravel the mystery. Sleep scientists from renowned universities arrived with their sophisticated equipment, brainwave monitors, environmental sensors, and a plethora of questionnaires. They measured the air quality, tested the water, analyzed the local flora, and even attempted to chart the sleep patterns of the town's inhabitants. But their studies invariably concluded in the same manner. The researchers themselves would succumb to the overwhelming drowsiness. Their data, meticulously collected, often ended in illegible scrawls, or the rhythmic blip of a flat line, as the technician monitoring it drifted off. One particularly dedicated professor of somnology, Dr. Iris Thorne, a distant relative of the grim-faced Captain Thorne from Duke Grimsby's army, spent 3 weeks in Somnolent, only to wake up one morning completely unable to recall his research objectives, merely feeling extraordinarily well-rested and harboring a strange fondness for lukewarm tea and silent contemplation. His final, unfinished research paper simply read, "The town of Somnolent is Bonsleinindi Ate. Very Sisteri Punterbo." The legend of the sleeping Conquest, debated for centuries as a miracle or an absurdity, continued to shape the town's identity. It was a story that comforted its inhabitants, assuring them that their innate sleepiness was not a weakness, but a profound, almost mystical defense against the chaos of the outside world. They often pointed to the ancient, almost illegible peace treaty signed in Yawns, displayed with pride in the town hall, as proof of their unique form of diplomacy. The town never bothered with modern fortifications, nor did they invest heavily in defense. Why bother, when the very air of your home was a more potent deterrent than any wall or army? Modern, Somnolent was in essence a living, breathing testament to the power of a really good nap. Its clocks, though ticking, often seemed to slow, and its daily rhythms were dictated not by appointments or deadlines, but by the natural ebb and flow of collective drowsiness. Children were taught the importance of a good long nap, and impromptu dozes were considered not a sign of laziness, but a mark of being truly in tune with the spirit of Somnolent. The town rarely faced crime, not because of a strict police force, but because the very thought of exerting the energy for mischief was simply too exhausting. One might find a would-be thief slumped against a locked door, snoring softly, his crowbar forgotten beside him, too weary to attempt a forced entry. The town remained a beacon of quietude in a world increasingly filled with noise and haste. Its people, the direct descendants of those who had slept through an invasion, continued their lives with a gentle, unhurried pace, forever teetering on the edge of slumber, their collective drowsiness a shield against the world's clamor, a quiet, unwavering commitment to the profound peace that had saved them centuries ago. They were still sleepy, still safe, and still profoundly, gloriously oblivious to the restless anxieties of the world beyond their dreaming valley. The legacy of the sleepy Conquest was not merely a historical footnote. It was the very heartbeat of Somnolent, a soft, rhythmic lullaby that promised eternal peace to all who dared to stay. Chapter 19. The Science or Lack Thereof. Behind the sleep for centuries following the peculiar incident of the sleeping Conquest, the town of Somnolent remained a subject of profound, if often drowsy, fascination. Cholas, charlatans, natural philosophers and outright quacks, all drawn by the whispers of its legendary slumber, made their pilgrimage to the valley. Each arrived with their own theories, their own instruments, or their own elaborate, dubious potions, eager to unravel the profound mystery of Somnolent's pervasive drowsiness. The townspeople, accustomed to such curious visitors, would simply offer a warm, if somewhat sleepy welcome, and then, inevitably, watch as their guests succumb to the very phenomenon they sought to explain. One of the earliest and most popular theories, particularly among the more devout, was that of a divine blessing or conversely a benevolent curse. Father Elias, a particularly earnest monk from a monastery renowned for its rigorous intellectual pursuits and its remarkably early wake-up calls, spent 3 weeks in Somnolent in the generation immediately following the invasion. He arrived with scrolls filled with theological treatises, convinced the town was either blessed by a forgotten saint of restful repose, or under a unique, gentle curse designed by a deity displeased with the clamor of the outside world. He spent his days in the quiet chapel, attempting to meditate and discern the spiritual truth, but invariably found his meditations dissolving into profound, snoring naps. His notes, scrawled hastily upon parchment, often ended mid-sentence with pious exclamations of "Oh, the peace," or such profound grace, followed by ink blots where his quill had slipped as he dozed. He left convinced it was a miracle, a divine intervention that protected the town from the sins of aggression and haste. His theory was widely accepted among the somnolent locals, as it required no effort to understand and validated their natural inclination toward slumber. They would nod sagely, usually in the middle of a sentence, whenever Father Elias's divine slumber theory was brought up. Countering this spiritual explanation were the more pragmatic, or perhaps merely less mystical, minds. Master Alaric, a renowned alchemist from the bustling city of Viridia, arrived armed with distillation equipment, files, and an insatiable curiosity. He was convinced the air itself held the key. His theory centered on a unique atmospheric composition, perhaps an invisible gas, or a finely dispersed pollen from a rare plant that caused immediate, profound drowsiness. He would spend hours meticulously collecting air samples, boiling local water, and distilling various plant extracts found only within the valley. He theorized a somnolent vapor, or an aether of repose, that somehow permeated the valley. His experiments were, however, perpetually interrupted. He would set up his retort, heat his alembic, and then, mid-stir of a bubbling concoction, his head would nod, his eyes would close, and he would awaken hours later, his reagents cold, his fire extinguished, and his notes smudged with accidental drool. His most comprehensive research paper on the subject simply concluded, "The air of Somnolent does indeed induce yawn, a profound sense of snore, tranquil willpower." He never published it, as he invariably fell asleep while trying to proofread. His lasting legacy in Somnolent was the local ale, which, through his accidental experiments with local herbs, he made even more soporific. And then there were the theories that bordered on the absurd, yet found surprisingly fervent proponents. Old Man Grimsley, a local eccentric whose family had lived in the valley for generations, insisted the cause was the constant purring of the village cats. He swore that the collective vibration of their contented slumber resonated through the ground, creating a low-frequency hum that vibrated the very bones of the inhabitants, lulling them into a state of perpetual calm. His evidence? He never could articulate it clearly, as he always drifted off mid-explanation, but he was always found surrounded by a dozen napping felines, their soft purrs seeming to echo his own gentle snores. While widely dismissed by outside scholars, it was a popular theory among the children of Somnolent, who loved the idea of their pets being magical sleep inducers. A less flattering, but surprisingly persistent, theory was the bad medieval ale hypothesis. This was championed by Master Finian, a traveling physician whose remedies often involved copious amounts of alcohol. He argued that the local brew, frequently consumed by the townspeople, contained an unknown herb or fermentation byproduct that acted as a potent, long-term sedative. He would sample the local ale liberally, often with a self-satisfied smirk, claiming to be testing its properties for science. Invariably, he would then be found slumped in the tavern, or even in the street, snoring loudly, his face flushed and his empty tankard rolling gently beside him. He would wake with a splitting headache and an even firmer conviction in his theory, yet never managed to isolate the supposed sedative, mostly because he kept falling asleep before completing his analysis. The irony was, the somnolent ale did contribute to the overall drowsiness, but it was more of a symptom of the town's predisposition to peaceful inaction than a singular cause. In later centuries, as the world moved towards more formalized scientific inquiry, the mystery of Somnolent attracted early natural philosophers and physicians. Dr. Agnes Caldwell, a woman ahead of her time with a keen mind and an even keener frustration tolerance, arrived with a trunk full of early medical instruments and a burning desire for empirical data. She theorized a hereditary predisposition, a genetic quirk passed down through generations that made the people of Somnolent uniquely susceptible to slumber. She spent weeks drawing detailed family trees, noting patterns of napping habits and yawn frequencies. Her notes were precise, her observations meticulous. She meticulously recorded the average sleep duration of Somnolent residents, often noting numbers that would seem impossible to the outside world, such as 18 hours continuous, with 3-4 waking periods for sustenance and a brief stretch. She hypothesized a lack of a particular stimulating enzyme, or an overabundance of a calming hormone, though the concepts were still nebulous in her era. Her main struggle, however, was in maintaining her own wakefulness during her studies. She would be found leaning over a patient, mid-diagnosis, her stethoscope slipping from her ears as she drifted off. Her most profound insights often came to her in dreams, which she would then struggle to recall upon waking, resulting in fragmented, brilliant fragments of theories lost to the waking world. Her colleagues, receiving her increasingly incoherent dispatches, began to suspect she had succumbed to the very affliction she was studying, rather than making any groundbreaking discoveries. Charlatans, of course, flocked to Somnolent like moths to a very drowsy flame. They sold anti-sleep elixirs made from obscure herbs and colored water, guaranteed to keep one wide awake. These were, predictably, ineffective, and often resulted in the purchasers falling asleep even faster due to the placebo effect and the pervasive somnolent air. They also marketed somnolent dream essence, or concentrated rest elixirs, vials of diluted local water, promising profound, restorative sleep. These were far more successful simply because the air of Somnolent itself did most of the work, validating their bogus claims. Many a weary traveler would arrive in Somnolent, purchase one of these expensive tonics, and then promptly fall asleep in the vendor's stall, only to awaken feeling wonderfully refreshed and convinced of the quack's genius. The charlatans themselves, however, were not immune. They too would eventually succumb, often found snoring gently beside their unsold wares, dreaming of endless riches, their elaborate sales pitches dissolving into peaceful murmurs. In more recent times, with the advent of advanced technology, came the aforementioned Dr. Eris Thorne. He had inherited his family's meticulous nature, but also perhaps a subtle, subconscious susceptibility to the somnolent essence. He arrived with state-of-the-art brainwave monitors, environmental sensors, and a team of eager, if sleep-deprived, assistants. He theorized a geophysical anomaly, perhaps a rare mineral deposit beneath the valley, emitting a subtle, unmeasured radiation, or a unique confluence of magnetic fields that affected brain chemistry. He set up intricate sensors across the valley, attempting to map the invisible forces at play. His monitors would hum, his sensors would blink, recording data with impressive precision. But the humans operating them invariably succumbed. Dr. Thorne himself, during one particularly intense night of data collection, awoke with his head resting on his glowing laptop, a faint rhythmic snore emanating from him, and the screen displaying a complex algorithm that simply repeated the word "zzzz" an infinite number of times. His team, finding him in this state, often took it as a cue for their own impromptu naps. His final, fragmented research, never fully completed, hinted at a complex interaction between the specific flora of the valley, a unique variety of poppy-like flower that didn't produce opium, but something far more subtle, the consistent humidity levels, the geological composition, and a long-term genetic adaptation of the population. But his conclusions were always vague, always tinged with a profound, almost poetic weariness. He eventually abandoned his formal research, choosing instead to open a small, successful tea shop in Somnolent, specializing in chamomile and lavender blends, and offering exceptionally comfortable armchairs where patrons were gently encouraged to doze. He found this work far more fulfilling, and infinitely less frustrating. The town of Somnolent thus continued to baffle and amuse. Its enduring mystery resisted every attempt at definitive explanation, whether scientific, mystical, or purely absurd. Each theory, each attempt to grasp its essence, invariably ended in the same manner, with the theorist succumbing to the gentle, unyielding power of Somnolent itself, their grand explanations dissolving into soft snores, their quest for knowledge superseded by the profound, undeniable call of rest. The true science behind the sleep remained, as ever, a delightfully unproven, perpetually unfolding mystery, best pondered during a particularly pleasant, protracted nap. And in the quietude of its unyielding slumber, Somnolent found its truest, most enduring form of safety. Chapter 20. Lullaby. For the listener, and so the peculiar tale of Somnolent, the town that fell asleep during its own invasion, draws to its quiet close. The centuries passed as they always do, with a languid indifference to the hurried anxieties of the outside world. The medieval walls of Somnolent crumbled into picturesque ruins, softened by the relentless caress of ivy and moss, becoming less a barrier and more a gentle embrace of the land. The heavy wooden drawbridge of the castle, which once lay down as an unwitting invitation, now remained permanently lowered, a silent, almost humble gesture of perpetual welcome. The stone, once a formidable defense, simply settled, softened, and slowly, gently returned to the earth from which it came, embodying the very spirit of the town it enclosed. But the most profound, the most enduring legacy of the sleeping Conquest was not in the tangible remnants of stone and timber, nor in the faded, illegible parchment of the peace treaty signed in Yawns. No. The true testament to Somnolent's unique nature lay in the very essence of its people, the generations that followed, each one inheriting the subtle, yet undeniable gift of profound drowsiness. They moved through their lives with an unhurried grace, their days dictated not by the harsh tick of a clock, but by the natural internal rhythm of an ever-present weariness. The baker's flour-dusted hands still paused, mid-need for an impromptu doze. The blacksmith still leaned against his anvil for a momentary respite, and the gatekeeper, in whatever modern form that role took, still found himself nodding off at the most inopportune, yet somehow perfectly harmless, moments. The air of Somnolent, that intangible, invisible soporific, continued its quiet work. It seeped into the very fabric of the valley, settling over every leaf, every stone. Every breath. It was a benevolent force, a pervasive calm that smoothed the edges of agitation, quieted the clamor of ambition, and replaced urgency with a profound, almost spiritual desire for repose. And in this perpetual, gentle stupor, Somnolent found its most enduring safety, a defense more potent than any wall, more cunning than any strategy, and more absolute than any army could ever devise. For how do you fight a foe who simply sleeps through your assault, and then, in turn, subtly, sweetly, pulls you into their own tranquil oblivion? The story, dear listener, has come to its quiet end. You have journeyed with us through the moonlit streets of Somnolent, tiptoed past snoring watchmen, witnessed the quiet pilfering of bakeries and blacksmith shops, and perhaps, just perhaps, felt a little of that pervasive somnolent air yourself. You have heard of Duke Grimsby, the formidable conqueror, and how his iron will was subtly, comically dissolved by the sheer unyielding peacefulness of a town too sleepy to care. You have learned that sometimes the most effective resistance is no resistance at all, merely a profound, unwavering commitment to a really good nap. And now, as the final words of this peculiar tale gently settle around you, much like the somnolent air itself, a quiet thought might begin to stir. Did you, perhaps, find your own eyelids growing heavy as the narrative unfolded? Did the gentle, rhythmic hum of the snores described within the story find a subtle echo in your own space, inviting your consciousness to drift? Was there a moment, perhaps during the descriptions of the baker's contented sighs, or the blacksmith's resonant thunking snore, or the duke's own magnificent yawn, when your own thoughts began to blur, your focus softened, and the line between listening and dreaming became delightfully indistinct? It is quite all right, you know, if you found yourself drifting. That, in its own quiet way, is a testament to the power of Somnolent. For this is the subtle, insidious magic we speak of here on Hollow Midnight. Not merely stories to be consumed, but narratives designed to gently, ironically and often humorously, distract the restless mind, to transport it, and perhaps, just perhaps, to lull it with a quiet curiosity. We don't necessarily aim to force slumber upon you, but rather to offer a companionable quietude for those nights when sleep feels like a distant shore. Yet, the story of Somnolent, with its pervasive, inescapable calm, has always held a particular potency, a narrative so steeped in drowsiness that its effects can sometimes spill from the pages, or from the spoken word, directly into the listener's own weary mind. Perhaps you are still wide awake, your mind buzzing with the delightful absurdity of it all, pondering the historical implications of an army defeated by a collective yawn. Or perhaps, like Duke Grimsby himself, you have found yourself in the quiet throes of surrender, your head gently nodding, your breaths growing deeper, and the world outside receding into a soft, comforting hum. Take a moment, breathe it deeply, feel the quiet around you. Is it merely the lingering echoes of Somnolent's story, or has the ancient, pervasive atmosphere of that valley reached out across the centuries, across the digital divide, and gently, very gently, embraced you too? The world outside will continue its ceaseless clamor, its hurried pace, its battles and its ambitions. But here, within the comforting embrace of our stories, and perhaps within the subtle, lingering magic of Somnolent, there is always room for a profound, undisturbed quiet. So, rest well, dear listener, whether in active wakefulness or in the gentle currents of a well-earned doze. The tale is told, the mystery remains, and the quiet promise of Somnolent, still sleepy, still safe, still profoundly, gloriously oblivious, lingers. And in that quiet linger, perhaps, you might just find the very peace you sought. Good night, or good morning, or whatever quiet moment finds you now.